So, welcome everybody. Welcome to our 19th Institute for Women's Health and UCLH Women's Health Division Annual Day. I'm delighted to be here to present. We've got a really exciting lineup. And the first thing I'd like to say is happy birthday to the Institute for Women's Health, because we are 20 years old. I thought, yeah. Last night, I was running through and I thought, well, what happened in 2004? We had the Mars rover landings, we had the transit of Venus, we had some interesting prime ministers and presidents, we had the EU expanding. Oh gosh, wasn't that a long time ago? And we had Athens 2004. But in terms of what the Institute is, we basically have a really important mission, which is to bring together the expertise of clinicians, researchers from a wide range of disciplines to deliver excellence and innovation in research, clinical practice, education and training. And we want to make a real difference to women's and babies' health around the world. If I can get this to work properly. And so just thinking about the Institute of Women's Health and within UCL and its strategic plan, we've very much taken an approach to support early career researchers, particularly with seed funding. And I'm intensely grateful to Anthony Silverstone, who's provided some funding to support early career researchers, and Natalie Greenwald as well, who at her 60th birthday party donated, rather than having birthday presents, she donated some funding to enable ECRs to travel. So thank you very much for both of those people, because it's so important that we support our early career researchers. We've had continued cross-collaboration with neonatology and medical physics. We had a presentation in July 24. In education, we're reviewing and extending our interdisciplinary portfolio, thinking about things like climate change and AI that have an impact on women's health, and increasing our PhD cohort, as I'm going to show you. People planning, we have established a mentoring program. I'm grateful to Raj Kharda for her support in that. Career development via career surgeries, and fostering a sense of belonging with more interactive staff meetings, joint coffee mornings, and we're looking ahead to our Athena Swan renewal submission in 2025-26. And so we take a life course approach to women's health, and this was very much highlighted by the Department of Health and Social Care strategy, the Women's Health Strategy. And I was delighted to be able to get £500,000 worth of funding from the UCLH Biomedical Research Centre, the NIHR centre that actually Ian Jacobs had a huge part in launching that. And that's for a new women's health theme with a focus on menstrual health, fertility, reproductive endocrinology, endometriosis, adenomyosis, menopause, pelvic mesh and maternity, all the things that featured in the DHSC Women's Health Strategy. And part of that funding is going towards supporting Duncan Cartner, who's a data engineer, to facilitate access to our EPIC, our electronic patient record at the hospital, for research, not only research, but also audit and quality improvement projects. So we now have some support to really mine the data. You know, the big buzzwords are big data and AI. So we hope that we're going to be able to do that really well at the hospital. I'm grateful to all the heads of research department for putting forward one slide, approximately one slide each on each of the departments. So thank you to Professor Pascal Guyot, who's stepped down as head of research department. Thank you for Dimitrios Sirsakos for taking on that mantle. Some key achievements, some multi-million-pound grants, as you can see, MRC, Wellcome, NIHR, ESRC, EPSRC, our Tommy's Preterm Birth Centre, additional funding from smaller charities as well, particularly for our early career researchers. Award-winning presentations at national and global conferences. Pascal was organising the second national symposium on extracellular vesicles, and they've developed a suite for characterising exosomes. We have an MRC-funded project to map the maternal-fetal interface at single-cell characterisation, which is led by Sarah Hillman. And we're also developing cutting-edge translational gene therapy and RNA editing, Raj Kharda and Simon Waddington. So really important work that's going on. Key outputs here, some important papers, presentations at various meetings, joint fetal and neonatal societies, and a national stillbirth guideline, and recruitment to studies, so big recruitment, particularly welcome LEAP, this near-infrared spectroscopy study. It's the top study in the clinical research network in terms of monitoring numbers of women, and it's a study which is designed to try to identify a new way to assess placental function. The ROTATE randomized controlled trial, a very difficult trial, which has been very successful in recruiting women in labour who have a baby in the wrong position, recruited across 13 sites with long-term follow-up planned. And I was delighted to be part of the Boost Before trial of in utero stem cell transplantation for brittle bone disease, which is now completed. In reproductive health, lots of new team members in their new NIHR policy research unit in reproductive health. Jenny Hall was promoted to professor, and Bola Grace is having her professor of practice inaugural in February 2025. We have some Lancet second series on preconception health planned, and we are part of the new NIHR Maternity Disparities Consortium. This is a £50 million project with nine groups across the UK funded for 5 years to try to reduce maternity disparities. Susie Buckley's set up STAG, Solo Parent Talk and Action Group with 6 meetings. Zach Nash has been working to set priorities for patients on menopause. Hadra Katak was running the first European ovary workshop in Portugal. Eric Jonio published many papers about pregnancy physiology and placenta accreta and was speaking at the RCOG Congress in Oman. And Joyce Harper has been out there talking up menopause, how good it is to be menopausal. No more periods, it's great. I have to be honest, I agree with that. It's fantastic. But it's also important that you keep fit, and she does love her cold water swimming and has been talking a lot about that. And very grateful to Siobhan Sengupta, who's head of research department, who's been doing this role for, I think, 5 years now and is continuing for the time being. So very, very much appreciating for her input. In terms of neonatology, so Professor Nikki Robertson is now head of research department, and thank you to Howard Clark, who was head of research department for 4 years, as well as the deputy director. He's been working with Jens Madsen to open this new trial of a surfactant, a produced surfactant, which has actually finished recruitment and samples are being analysed. So that's a first-in-human study, really exciting, taking part in our neonatal unit. Nikki Robertson's been driving forward research in early phase clinical neuroprotection, preclinical and now going into clinical work with lots of studies that are opening in the neonatal unit locally and also internationally. Professor Subramitra, congratulations to him for promotion to professor. And he's been really translating some of the work that he's done on near-infrared spectroscopy into labour and placenta, looking at how we can assess the function of the placenta and how well the baby is before birth. Maria Christova is working on perinatal brain repair with some funding for eye and brain hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy diagnostics. And neonatal nursing research, really strong here. We are one of the few units that has really strong early career researchers in neonatal nursing research, is the group lead, and looking at a Delphi consensus about neonatal palliative care, optimal bathing frequency for preterm born babies, and very important job satisfaction for neonatal nurses, thinking about retention as well. In women's cancer, thank you to Alex Gentry Maharaj for being a fantastic head of research department. And the department has grown in 2024 with lots of new staff, Svetlana, Halima, Celia Zoiden, and lots of papers published. Congratulations to Martin for his study published in Nature Medicine and for that being highlighted, a new test to predict cancer. A nice guideline from Adam Rosenthal on familial ovarian cancer, lots of grants from CR UK and the EVE appeal as well. Thank you very much to them for supporting the team, the ongoing work, which is translating the work of Martin Witrender's team into the clinic. And hosting lots of students, a student from Dublin, some PhD, MRes students, and lots of awards to the team. So congratulations to them. What about research? So thank you, Ian, to being a wonderful institute finance manager over the last year, just brilliant. And our portfolio for research is really very healthy. We have lots of funding coming in from NIHR, from MRC, Wellcome Trust, MLC DPFS, LifeArc, just to highlight a few, 23 lead investigators, 60 active grants, 30 research staff. So thank you. Keep putting those grants in and make sure you stick to the deadlines, and please don't send them in too short beforehand, because then we have to scrabble around trying to get them in. But a big plea from me and Ian. So education. The Institute scored highly in student surveys for academic content, but we know we need to focus on assessment and feedback and support for personal tutors. We're working on how we can guard against academic integrity problems, against use of AI, and support students to use AI in the right way. Working on collaborations with Institute of Global Health, Institute of Child Health, and the Global Business School for Health. But increasingly focusing on marketing and advertising, going out to reach the students who really would like to come into women's health and to realise what a great area of research it is. We have record numbers of postgraduate taught students in 24-25, 81 new, 114 total, and a big welcome to our IBSC students as well. And importantly, thank you to the lecturers, supervisors, senior education team, and all the administrators. And then not just focusing on postgraduate taught, but postgraduate research. Lots of students who are deciding to take part in postgraduate research, PhDs, 10 new postgraduate research students, and we're now taking them in cohorts 3 times throughout the year, so we have a bit more of a plan and they can really link in with their peers. 9 PhD upgrade vivas, 6 PhDs submitted, 3 awarded, and congratulations to them. It's a long journey to do a PhD, it's a lot of work, and their work is making an impact in women's health. Promotions, as I've mentioned, Professor Mitra, Professor Hall, and also congratulations to Helen O'Neill for promotion to Associate Professor in Reproductive and Molecular Genetics. And then we had an inaugural lecture in July 24 from Professor Melanie Davies, who told us all about women's health, a long-haul flight, and it was great to hear her journey in managing menopause, thinking about menstrual health, adolescent gynecological development, and it was really inspiring to hear her talk all about her journey. International Women's Day events. We had a number of events. My particular favourite was hearing Jasvinder Sanghira talk about her experience of violence against women and girls, and it was really moving to hear her, to get her book, to get her to sign the book, and to actually think about how we can improve that. And it's one of the focuses of the Department of Health and Social Care Women's Health Strategy. And we have lots of upcoming events. Joyce is talking about being prepared for menopause. Why didn't anybody tell me this? About a tour of human reproduction. And we've got 2 events from related to art as well. Jill Mueller is talking about genetic inheritance and her experience of being a BRCA carrier and how that has influenced her art. And Catherine Penny-James, many of you may remember, was a PhD student here, clinician, and she's going to be talking about history of medicine, and she's also a very talented artist as well. We have a number of new staff, particularly in the Reproductive Health Policy Research Unit, and very grateful to Holly Palmer, who's our new communications officer, and Nadine is our new HR Institute officer. So that the Institute is very healthy in terms of new staff coming on, and that's really good news. We have our Institute Women's Health podcast, so we've commissioned Olivia Moyer to do a second series of this very, very popular podcast, It All Happens Here, and making information about women's health more accessible. The first 2 episodes are now published. We have Basil Wattar and Vikram Talalukar talking about what it is, menopause and heavy periods. And thank you. If you want to have anything communicated by Holly, please do contact her. She's really a fantastic person. She's come from a background of education, has got lots of good new ideas about how we can improve dissemination of women's health. I'd like to say thank you to Stuart Lavery in particular for supporting a really large donation by Professor Tan Sing Lin and Dr. Grace Tan and his family, who have awarded a significant endowment to fund a chair of women's health at the UCL EGA Institute. And I'm going to have to get used to saying this, but I am now the Professor Tan Siang Lin, Dr. Grace Tan and Original Fertility Distinguished Chair in Women's Health. So this is to support over 10 years the development of a chair, and it's supporting women's health education and research by driving forward advancements in reproductive health, maternal care, gender disparities in healthcare. And SL Tan gave a talk last year. Many of you were there to attend it. And it's really a completely personal donation from the family to support women's health. So very, very grateful to him and his family for supporting us. In terms of estates, so Nicky Robertson's lab has now moved from Queen Square to refurbish labs at the Cruciform building space. That has been a long journey. I don't know how many years we've been talking about this, but it has actually happened. And we also have space, just a reminder, 90 Tottenham Court Road, we have desk space, and I know that the rooms are very well used in terms of for Teams meetings as well. The Estates is monitoring usage with a view to reconfiguring the space for use by other institutes if we don't need it. So if you need it, please, bums on seats would be great so that it doesn't get removed from us. And UCL 200. So UCL is going to be 200 years in 2026. And it marks the start of a year of bicentennial activity in April of that year. There's a spotlight on UCL 200, some estates work planned, and we've set up a UCL 200 committee to develop our own plans to mark 200 years women's health at UCL. So please do get in touch. We will be contacting people to ask to contribute something about what has happened in women's health at UCL. There's lots that we can pick out. So very grateful. If you would like to take part, please do contact us. Thank you to the EGA Hospital Charity with their help in funding the conference today. And thank you very much to the Meeting Planning Committee. I had very little to do with planning this meeting. I just generally get given, well, this is what we thought, and I go, that's great, fantastic. So the audit programme leads, Stuart, and not least the Institute of Women's Health professional services staff who play a huge part of the day setting everything up. Marcia, Sarah, Christina. So please, thank you to them. I'd like to give them a big round of applause for getting us going. Thank you. This is the abstract booklet. Hopefully you've all got the QR code. You can download the booklet. We will have a poster session at lunchtime. We have an exciting debate ongoing. We have visiting speaker, 2 visiting speakers actually. Please keep tweeting if you are still on Twitter. If you're on Blue Sky, then I don't quite know what the handle is for Blue Sky. We haven't quite got to Blue Sky yet, have we? We need to yeah. Well, a couple of weeks we're going to Blue Sky. Excellent. Okay. There we go. I'm now informed. This is the debate. Choice is an illusion in women's health. Join us on Slido, as there will be an update. You can vote first, and then we will have Demetrios Theosakos in combat with Francoise Shenfield. Do we think choice is an illusion or is it a reality? Are we fooling ourselves when we say we have choice? Posters on display in the George Fox room. Please go and have a look at those after lunch. And the Wi-Fi code, the all-important Wi-Fi code, hopefully you've taken a picture of that so that you can get tweeting or blue skying. How do we what's called blue sky? What's it called? Okay, fine. Blue sky, right. Well, that's where we're going to have to learn something. I like Twitter. I'm going to have to move off. Anyway, thank you very much, and welcome to the day. So we're now going to move on to some reflections from previous institute directors, and the first person we have is Ian Jacobs, and we're just bringing up your slides. Thank you. There.
Yeah. Is it going on again? No, that's not done.
So you download the wrong ones? Or
No, we should have it. Be there. It'll be there. Has he moved it?
Is it this one? Oh, no.
It was saved. It's saved in downloads. It will do.
No, it's
It's
on.
this
It's
one.
no, it's
not.
no. Is that it?
It's not, because it went wrong.
Yeah.
It went wrong. That's it. That's my slide.
Down there.
That's my slides. Slideshow. Well, good morning, everyone. In the long-standing tradition of the Institute for Women's Health, we are already about 15 minutes behind schedule. I think I'm allowed to speak for about 10 minutes. It's an absolute joy for me to be here, almost exactly 20 years after the start of the Institute for Women's Health. This is a picture outside in the car park of the RCOG at one of the first away events for the Institute, and some of you will recognise yourselves there and despair at the passing of 20 years. Quite a few people in the room are actually in that picture, and I'll come back to it a little bit later. Just over 20 years ago, I was very happy as a professor with a big research team at QMUL, just down the road. And we had very big research grants that had come in a few years earlier. So lots and lots of universities were interested. If you've got big grants, life can be fun. But we were really happy. Usha was there and others, and we were really happy there. And then one afternoon, I got a phone call from the dean and the medical director at UCL and UCLH. The new hospital was opening or had just opened. They were really ambitious to do things that brought the university and the academic side and the hospital together. And they said, would you be interested in moving 3 miles or 2 miles down the road to UCL? And I said, I'm really happy at QMUL, but the one thing that I've been trying to do in the East End of London is to bring together clinical care and academia to create something spectacular in women's health. And I'm frustrated that it just is not happening in East London. If you are willing to do that, yes, I'd be really excited. And that's how the concept of the Institute for Women's Health came about. And you'll see here it happened. There was a lot of publicity. That's the Evening Standard, but there was publicity in other papers about UCL poaching a big research grant from QMUL. The people at QMUL were really unhappy, and I think they're still unhappy about the way that was stated. But it happened, and we moved across, and it was a big move. About 50 of us moved to UCLH, and this is the announcement from UCL on the 23rd of March 2024 that we moved our team. And importantly, it says on the top there, we'll also create an Institute of Women's Health with the aim of becoming the leading European centre of excellence for women's health. As well as pioneering research into medical conditions, it will support the Trust's aim to deliver world-class clinical services. Now, of course, it already was an absolute leader in Europe and globally under the fantastic leadership of Charles Rodek and others before him, and Charles is here today. So this was already a major centre, but I think that the real difference that the Institute for Women's Health made was that it was genuinely an institute which was UCL and UCLH. And at that time, that sort of partnership and collaboration was not common. So that was really the big change that creating the institute made. And we started off with great excitement with a strategic planning meeting on the 15th of July 2004. So actually it's a little bit beyond the 20th. We're just about to say it's the 20th anniversary now. And amazingly, Anna just showed an extraordinary array of achievements of this institute under her stellar leadership. It really is amazing. The dreams that we all had then really have come true. One thing has stayed the same. Anna described the mission of the institute, and it's almost exactly the same words. And it still works, and it really is about making a difference to the health and well-being of women and babies in the UK and worldwide through 3 things: high quality research, excellence in clinical practice, and innovation in teaching and training. That really, really has happened. And at that first, all of the slides I'm going to show you, you can forgive the slide design because they are 20 years old. I dug out all of these slides from 20 years ago, and we realised that we had a unique range of specialist expertise, internationally recognised research, a very dynamic NHS trust with that new hospital build. Although I don't think that the women's hospital had opened at that point. That followed on later. And the academic reputation and scope of UCL, and I think most importantly, and I see it looking around this room, truly talented and mutually supportive members of the team. For me, in everything that I've done, and especially in the Institute for Women's Health, it's that approach to teamwork, what I like to call generosity and partnership, right across the team that is at the root of anything really successful. So all of that we realised we had, and we agreed that we had a unique opportunity to make a real difference. And we saw it not just as what was in the rooms of the Institute, but much more broadly. So the first circle was all the different areas of expertise that existed. And here, if you look at this list, this is 20 years old. I think it's the same, but it's been expanded and it's been tweaked. And look at that list of leading people. There are more now. Many of the people on this slide are still here. Internationally recognised experts. The next circle was the reaching out to other areas of multidisciplinary expertise across UCL and UCLH, reaching out to partner organisations in the region, and then nationally in Europe and across the globe. This is how we undertook our consultation process. There were loads of slides on this, so I'm not going to show you too many, but perhaps interesting just we had discussion groups, we had a 360 review, and this is how we evaluated ourselves at that time. You can see what came top was the breadth of expertise. What came bottom was the working environment. And I'll come back to that because I think the buildings issue I think is still a current issue. And so what did people most value? Again, it's about people. Excellent, dedicated colleagues, great multidisciplinary collaboration, friendly atmosphere, no blame culture. Is it still a no blame culture? Oh, people are smiling, so hopefully. Everyone open-minded about new concepts and new ideas. I do think that is still true about the Institute. Things you'd most like to see changed. Better buildings, better working environment, and better communication across disciplines. And then we identified a whole raft of new initiatives. You'll be relieved to know I'm not going to run through those. But I do think a lot of those things have happened. One of those initiatives, which brings back wonderful memories for me, was at that first away event for the Institute, everyone decided we wanted to do something in the developing world. No one had really done anything, but we decided we were going to do it, and we actually did it, and we made links in Uganda, and this is the delegation from UCL going out to Uganda to meet with colleagues there, and from that, and who's there who's still around? Well, Anthony Silverstone is there, and he's sitting in the front row today. And Anthony was one of the reasons that I wanted to move to UCL and UCLH, and has made a massive contribution, which, as Anna said, is continuing right now. You can see me there, looking many, many years younger. Susie O'Neill is there, John Osborne, Pram Pandya, Adiola Leighton, is Adiola here? Pat O'Brien, Joe Modder. It was a very exciting trip. We spent a week there working with colleagues from Uganda and strategizing about what we do. Look at those shorts, magnificent. A true African. We worked out what we were going to do, and we actually did it. And we had these projects in Uganda, which have made a really big impact, I think. And one of the fun things for me was that there was a project in neonatology, brain cooling in neonates, that Nikki Robertson led, and that's my one paper in neonatology. It was in the Lancet, and I'm very proud of it. So we actually did all of those things, and I just mentioned that Project 9 there in the bottom right corner, the Middlesex Hospital, a lot of you won't even know it existed, but the Middlesex Hospital merged with UCLH, and when it closed down, we had the idea that there was fantastic equipment there that could be put to a good use. And a delegation came over from Uganda, and they basically took anything that was worthwhile from the Middlesex Hospital, and a lot of that is still being put to good use at Makerere Hospital in Kampala. This is another picture. Oh, it's far too small. I do have a spare copy of this, which I'd like to give to the Institute. You can put it up in one of the rooms at the Institute. And if you look in that, quite a few of you will be in that picture. But that was another away event. That's outside the main quad of UCL. I put this slide up. It was an attempt to summarize what we were going to do. But I really smiled when I looked at this, because right at the bottom there, you'll see the case for an institute building. And my understanding is that there is work going on. The case is still being made. I suspect we'll be back here 20 years' time and still won't have that building. But the facilities are actually spread around, are top quality in many ways. But replacing Cheney's Mews, much beloved, I'm sure, by Charles, with a new building for the Institute is a badly needed step, and hopefully that will happen in due course. Now, after the first 5 years of the Institute, we bravely commissioned an external review, which was led by Sir John Patterson in 2009, and a team of people from the UK and internationally. It was a pretty intensive process. There is a thick wodge of stuff that we submitted to it. That's the front cover. And it was from June 30th to July 2nd, 2009. And led by Sir John Patterson, reviewed everything that the Institute had done. And I was pretty relieved when the summary said that the Institute for Women's Health has established itself as a potent force in its local environment, securing major investments from UCL and UCLH, and establishing women's health as a major theme for hospital and university. The panel is not aware of anything comparable in the UK, thinks the Institute for Women's Health is beginning to rival the best in Europe, and knows that some of the work is of the highest international class. Well, if you, having listened to what Anna described, has gone on in just the last year, I am absolutely certain that the Institute for Women's Health has achieved its full potential and is having a real impact clinically, academically on people's lives. And that was the intention, to build on everything that Charles had established and others at UCL, to create something that really did link the university with the hospital and would have a big impact on the lives of women and their families. And I'm so proud of everything that you are achieving. One of the great joys of getting older is to be able to sit back a little bit and admire the achievements of the people who are younger than yourself and coming up behind. And it's an absolute thrill every single time I come to the Institute for Women's Health, every time I speak to people who are involved and hear about the great work you're doing. It is an enormous success. It's great to see this room so full of enthusiastic, dynamic, talented people who are making a real difference. So thank you all for the great work you're doing. I know that when we come back again in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years' time, I might not make the 30, that there will be even more extraordinary achievements. And I do want to acknowledge that there's so many people who have made this institute happen and flourish. I want to congratulate Anna on her leadership. I do want to, there's too many to mention individually, and you're going to hear from the other directors of the Institute in a moment, and they've done a wonderful job. I do want to end by acknowledging Charles Rodek and Anthony Silverstone. Charles, for his massive contribution academically as well as clinically, and Anthony for his massive contribution clinically as well as academically. They really were, can I dare say, grandfathers of the Institute, and it's wonderful that you're both here today. So have a fun day today. The programme is fantastic, and congratulations on everything that you've all achieved.
Thank you, Ian. So we're not going to take questions in this session, but Ian is going to be here for the rest of the day, I believe, and I'm sure we'll be delighted. Please ask him about what it was like. We're not going to talk about the building. Peter may talk about the building. Oh, Peter's nodding at me. He's going to talk about the building. Yes. We're now going to hear from Neil Marlowe. Thank you very much, Neil, for coming. Really looking forward to your talk. Thank you.
So thanks very much. I'm probably not a familiar face to many of you around here, as having been retired now for a few years. But I think half a century ago, I started as an undergraduate medical student in the obstetric hospital, doing my obstetric attachment. And as part of that, we had to spend 2 weeks in the neonatal unit, which was variously described by different people as being a cupboard under the stairs where people played with babies. But that cupboard under the stairs was absolutely critical in setting my career trajectory, which had been in a completely different direction at that point. And it wasn't Oz Reynolds, who was the professor here at the time, and it wasn't Jonathan Shaw. It was one of the SHOs, who's now a professor of paediatric respiratory medicine in Perth, who took me under his wing. And by the time I'd finished 2 weeks attachment, I was fairly committed to what I wanted to do. And I thought that was quite something. So I then wandered off and started to build a career and ended up in Nottingham in a chair and subsequently head of the department there. And then I was sitting in an ESPR meeting in Prague, I seem to remember. And Nikki Robertson came up and said, do you want a cup of coffee, Neil? So we went out to a coffee shop. And she made me think, would it be worth making a move down to London? And actually at the time, it was quite a seminal moment, because I was trying to work out where my career might go now. And the one thing I didn't want to do was be dean, because I knew I'd got a lot of research that I wanted to finish and sort out. So I decided to have a look at it, and I found, I was looking at a comprehensive perinatal service with this new building that was about to open. And they were doing a lot of work in areas that I was interested in, and also had a reputation for doing work in an area that I could bring to the place, i.e. preterm work. But more importantly than that, it had engaged fetal medicine specialties. And there was a lot of cross-fertilization between the groups. And that's what I felt I was missing. And then there was the opportunity, because there was a great imaging record here, there was a great laboratory support, and there was the Institute of Child Health, which was also a resource one could use. And importantly for me at the time, where I was in the middle of being battered between two trusts, it was a single clinical service that was really high quality. And so I arrived, and I thought, oh, this is great, because Ian's going to be here forever. He set up the institute, you know, and he's running with it, and it's going great places. And then he decides to disappear, be dean. And so they appointed me as interim lead on a fairly open timetable. And you've seen the vision that was set up. And also a great honour that was done to me, because actually I was taking over something, you've seen the quote on the left, but there was about £30 million worth of income coming into the Institute. And we were sitting up there with the best in the country and with the best in the world in terms of what we could produce, our publications, and our income. So it was something that really I felt was a real pleasure to take on. And I felt that my job as director was to try and enable people to get moving, to work across disciplines, to consolidate the research and make sure that people were supported in developing their own personal research portfolios. And I think you've been very successful at it. And Anna, the description you make now is wonderful. There's also this issue of cross-theme working, and we managed to establish a lot of that with particularly imaging, and then more latterly with engineering and imaging, and that has reaped immense benefit. And we needed to secure some income, which was the issue. And there were two things, and I'm sorry for mentioning these. The first is we did need a physical new institute, because we were working at the time on 4 sites, and it was very difficult to bring people together, really difficult to bring people together. I looked for the best photograph I could find of Cheney's Muse. And then the dean called me into his office, Ian, and said, why didn't we move into the medical school building? Because if we moved into there, they would promise to build us some laboratory space within the medical school building. And we could actually achieve what we were trying to do, of bringing everything together to actually get there. So the senior members all moved into the medical school building, freed up space in Cheney's Muse, and the space never materialized. So the university kept making different priorities, changing its priorities and moving things. And so we were now on 5 sites, and even more difficult to try and bring things together, which is quite a challenge. So we had to really work hard to put a team together. We also, Ian had started a charity called Health of Women, and we got this right to the point where we were ready to launch the charity. And then UCL came in and said, no, you have to do it through us. And it fell apart, which was a great shame. But we were supported greatly by both the CBRC, who provided a lot of money for us over the time I was director, and also by UCL Partners, which were just setting up as a potent force then. So in my short tenure as interim director, we're still waiting on a new building, and I think it's really critical if we want to make things work that we come together on a single site. It's only by having that single site you can really start to spark off each other. Our funding need to be rethought, but UCL has been a phenomenal opportunity, and I think when I thought about moving here, I thought this was an opportunity. And I looked back, counted up the amount of funding that I've been part of since I came down to UCL. And it comes to over 37 million. And about 6 million of that is personal research money, which in those days was worth something, without overheads and various things. And the publications are still coming. So the work that I started down here has been very successful. We're part of a whole group of international collaborations. Papers are coming out. So it really has made a difference to my life. And I'm sure it'll make a difference to your life working through it and working with this fantastic group of people that are coming along. And I'm going to stop there because otherwise we'll be running at least an hour behind time. But I would like to thank very much the support staff again, because actually without them it wouldn't work. Marcia has been great. I see Kate in the back. And Carla is somewhere, and those two ladies actually made my life so much easier when I was here and working, and made it such an enjoyable time. So thank you very much indeed. It's great.
Thank you, Neil. And so Neil was interim for 2 years, I think, 2 years. And I'm going to hand over to Peter Bockerhurst, who then came in and was director following Neil. And I'm sure he's going to mention the building.
Yes, thank you. So I left 8 years ago, which seems a terribly long time ago, but it seems like yesterday, although my memories are very vague. And when I was asked to do this talk and agreed, my peer at the time, now who many of you will know, Kate Fernandez, sent me a little message saying, I'm coming to the Institute meeting. And I went, oh, good, I have no idea what I'm going to talk about. And she said, you know those annual reports you started? They're all there on the website, thank goodness for that. A fantastic memory jogger. So 5 years is a long time. I was Institute Director for just over 5 years. And although it seems like a long time, it passed incredibly quickly. And everybody said this, but the Institute, at the time I was here, was enormously productive. We did do a number of annual reports. I'm glad to see they're 2 yearly, because they became the bane of my life, doing them annually. But in one annual report, in a 12-month period, there were 245 peer-reviewed publications listed in that annual report, which is really quite a phenomenal output for an institute of this size. But, you know, life is complicated in a large university, and no good deed goes unpunished. So, while I seemed to be doing well at the Institute for Women's Health, I was also persuaded, probably rather foolishly, to be also become director of the Comprehensive Clinical Trials Unit, the deputy director of the Life Study, and vice dean for research. So things are all a bit of a blur. So excuse me, I will mention some people, but I'm sure I'll forget some others when talking about the work of the Institute, because to some extent it overlapped a bit. But this is our annual report of 2013. So this was about halfway into my directorship. And this was the first one we produced. And it came out in 2014, so it was 10 years. I wrote in the introduction why we waited 10 years for an annual report, and then talked about some of the achievements we'd had. You've seen lots of pictures like this, and I've got lots more of us all gathered. A wonderful way to do it. That was all as crammed into the Institute of Child Health. And this was our structure at the time, and many of you will see that, and I'm sure there's been changes to that, but I think that essential structure is pretty similar to what it is now. But just some highlights I talked about in that first annual report. Martin got this huge EU award, EpiFemCare, which I'm pleased to hear has now come to fruition, which is absolutely fantastic. And it's been really lovely hearing the things that have happened, which were started during the time that I was director and previous people were director. It's lovely to see that progression going on. It's also lovely to see that some things happen really quickly and other things take a very long time before they come to fruition. Everest, which is one of those things which is taking a very long time to come to fruition, poor Anna, but that was, back in 2013 when that started, a huge project which is taking a long time to come to fruition. And neonatology, Nikki started some fabulous work which has led to a whole pipeline of further research around neuroprotection using her model. Fantastic work. And then the new integrated IBSC, which I hear is doing extremely well. That was largely prepared during that time and was ready to launch in 2015. But I thought I'd also reflect on some of the other things that we were bragging about, which didn't happen so well. Do you remember the FAR institutes? They all collapsed, didn't they? Which was a bit of a shame, and have become something else now. But there was going to be a major theme in women and children's health, and that never really amounted to anything, which was a great shame. The life study I've already mentioned had the funding withdrawn. This was going to be a birth cohort, a massive birth cohort, 90,000 pregnant women and their children followed up for the rest of their lives. There was, I can't remember how much the first award was, I think it was 90 million. It came through to the Institute of Child Health. It struggled enormously. I was brought in as deputy director part way through. Anyway, it all failed, a great lost opportunity. I got some welcome funding to do some microbiome work of mother-to-child transmission, which did continue after the life study. And bizarrely, because I'm an epidemiologist by background, a perinatal epidemiologist, I actually got a Nature paper. Never thought I'd do that, but anyway, out of the microbiology work. And that has led to a new birth cohort study, which is recruiting at the moment in Liverpool. And again, a lot of microbiome work alongside that. So these things are not necessarily lost opportunities, but they can lead to something else. And of course, there was a huge grant awarded again to look for engineering solutions to advanced fetal medicine, but I think that all left to UCL, didn't it, Anna? No? Still here?
No, still here.
Oh, I thought the lead went. See, after I'd gone.
He went, we did the grant.
Oh, good. So this was, as in 2014, we'd grown so big there was a gap in the middle of the page, as you can see, and 2015. I am interested that every picture that everybody showed beforehand has everybody raising their arms in the air. We were obviously a much more sedate group when I was director. We had the 150th anniversary of Elizabeth Garrett Anderson in 2015. Good fun. We organised a number of events around that with others, which was interesting. I always revered Elizabeth Garrett Anderson. It was interesting to hear that she was a forceful and not particularly well-liked woman. But, to be a pioneer, sometimes you have to be particularly forceful, and that doesn't always mean you're going to be well-liked. So that was fascinating. Ian's talked about this, Neil's talked about this, the closer relationship with division. It's always a bit of a struggle sometimes to do this, and we did, again, I tried, and I think we continue to engage more closely with the clinical service. We started including them in our annual report and an update of what was going on within the clinical service. When Pat O'Brien was clinical director, he and I used to meet in Starbucks on a Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock for a coffee, just to keep connected in terms of what was going on. And I think it did help lead to some progress. And then, of course, Donald became clinical lead, so that made the relationship between the academic side and the clinical side a bit firmer even. So I think that did progress during that time. But there were some notable achievements. Look at Judith looking so young and glamorous. And now. And the thing I really personally enjoyed about working at the Institute was meeting such fantastic people who were great at what they did, but also great to work with, great to manage, usually, and just fantastic to be around. It was a really lovely environment here, and I think it still is, but it was a fantastically supportive environment. I particularly love this picture. When UKC was reported, I think Usha looks like the Prime Minister of a moderately sized country there, doesn't she? She looks so grand. That's the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. What a fantastic, iconic photograph. Taken as she presented, just before she presented the results of UKC Talks. And people have mentioned the support staff. I had enormously fantastic support from the support team. And even though they were really, really busy, because the team is always being made as small as it possibly can be by the powers that be. You know, people like Marcia, who very rarely blow their own trumpet, got this award in 2015, showing that she managed to do other things apart from keep us all in order and keep the money flowing and the you know, bums on seats and so on and so forth. A fantastic achievement she made. The other thing, I don't think it started while I was director, but it certainly became quite more committed while I was director, was the International Women's Week. So around in March. And I remember particularly this year in 2015 where Judith and others organised a whole fleet of activities, public speaking, various activities. Have you ever seen, do you know the play Seven? It's basically 7 women who've been oppressed. I've still got my badge. Look. This is me with 6 other senior men from UCL. We all had to wear dark suits, white shirts and red ties. And we each read a part. So we were reading the voices of women. And some of these women had been raped, serially abused. I was a Northern Irish union leader. Incredibly powerful. What's also incredibly powerful is that when men read the parts, it can give a whole new perspective to these voices. Anyway, it's a very powerful play. It was fantastic. We all absolutely enjoyed it enormously. We looked pretty miserable there because the topic was quite unpleasant, but it was a great day. I loved those. We had a fantastic time doing a load of those. I can't not mention education. Education has always been very strong at the Institute for Women's Health, and I think it was continued to be strong. I remember this quote from the faculty tutor at the time, the International Student Barometer surveys, who said, our faculty has the highest score for overall satisfaction across the university, which is excellent news. Congratulations to the Institute for Women's Health for topping the list of all UCL departments with a 100% satisfaction rating again. So, you know, it was fantastic. The environment and the feeling in Cheney's Mews when everyone went across for the talk courses was great fun. Other awards, Angela Poulter, I know now left, won an award for the outstanding support. Dan Reisel, also nominated for outstanding support for students in that year. Really excellent people. Regrets? Do I have regrets? You know what this is going to be, don't you? I've only got one big one, and that is this. We got planning permission. Did you know? Yeah. We had a team of architects. We spent hundreds of man hours planning out the laboratories, the teaching space, all the rooms. We had big labs, pig lab, 100-seater lecture theatre in the basement. We had everything planned out. It was all going in Cheney's Mews. That was the artist's impression. There was a rooftop terrace with trees. We were going to have a cafe on the roof. It was all there. And then UCL decided that women's health wasn't a priority anymore. And they were going to rebuild the Institute of Neurology, I think, instead. And so the 10-year capital plan, which was decided by the new provost with a refresh of the capital investment, we weren't anywhere in that 10-year plan, which was a great shame because a huge amount of work gone on it, and it was going to be beautiful. How they managed to fit all that into Cheney's Mews was amazing. They were just interdigitating between all the existing buildings, but it all came together. So that probably is my biggest regret. That despite a lot of appealing and pleading and talking about how successful we were and all that sort of stuff, we never did get our building. But you know, the plans are there, Anna. It's all ready.
I've looked, we're trying.
You just need to get a few million, that's fine.
40.
You do.
40
40.
million.
It's gone up a bit. It'd be brilliant, wouldn't it? So, some brief reflections. The Institute for Women's Health is still unique in the UK. Hearing Anna's talk was just amazing. It's just gone from strength to strength to strength. It takes a long time to establish a big group in an institute, and 20 years, it is interesting it's taken 20 years, but look at it now. The work, the output, the stuff that's being done is absolutely amazing and fantastic. I mean, I don't know that it's unique in the world, I just don't know enough about it, but it's certainly unique in the UK and deserves to be protected. One of the things I probably have never said was that during my time as director, the provost wanted us to be disbanded and ripped apart and put in different bits. So maternity and neonatology in the Institute of Child Health, cancer in the Institute of Cancer, and so on and so forth. I had a huge support from Graham Hart, who was the dean at the time, and we talked about the uniqueness of the Institute, the Institute for Women's Health in the UK, and that to do that would be absolutely terrible. And he was persuaded. But again, reorganisation is in the blood of provosts, and they do like to chop and change. And I think he thought, we could get rid of half the support staff if they did that, and we went into one institute. So we did keep that together, and I'm enormously pleased that that did happen, that he was persuaded, because this is so important. Women's health is still an enormously important topic for research and education. That's not gone away at all. And I feel honoured that I could be part of this endeavour. I met some amazing people who work in fantastic an environment, not the physical, but a fantastic environment. In an environment which is not always supportive to women's health. And by that I mean, I've had a little bit of a go at UCL there, but I don't just mean the institution. But I don't know if any of you saw that in 2020 I chaired a subgroup of the UK Clinical Research Collaboration, which produced a report on pregnancy research, and RAND produced a big report on pregnancy research funding and a whole review about that. And the amount of money spent on research in pregnancy, because that was the interest of UKCS at the time, was a tiny fraction compared to other disease areas. So in an environment that is not particularly supportive to women's health, it is really important to have a flagship that is successful, that talks about its impact and does this work, because without it, there'll be even less funding going into women's health. Because if you sit on a funding panel, one of the things people want to know is what your track record is. They want to be able to trust you with the money. And so you need to have a good track record to get big monies in. And you can't do that when you're sitting by yourself in a small university or somewhere different. It needs to be concentrated expertise. I mean, I'd love, every university in this country to have an academic department of women's health, but there isn't enough funding to go around. So it needs to come to places like this. So I think you're all doing a fantastic and amazing job, and I'm so honoured to have been here. But looking at what Anna's doing now, I'm so pleased to be retired. Thank you.
So, thank you, Peter. While we're just setting up the next one, it was interesting when I was pitching to the Biomedical Research Centre to get women's health as a separate theme. We looked at all the publication record for reproductive health in terms of institutions. And UCL, the Institute of Women's Health, was the only UK institution in the top 25 around the world for women's health, reproductive health. So that is how I managed to get $500,000 out of the BRC, because I said, you're missing a trick here. Women's health is really strong, and if you want to have clinical impact, then you need to work with us, because we're very happy to work with you, but you need to come work with us and give us some money. Thank you. And it worked. I'm delighted to introduce Usha Menon and Judith Stevenson, who are going to do a double act, as they always did so successfully. Thank you.
Shall I start?
I thought I'd start and then hand over to you.
Oh, you start. Okay, you start.
We don't go off. Yes. Hi, everyone. It's a huge pleasure to be here and a real honor. It's such a celebration and so deserved. And such great data that I'm always for data. So it was nice to see real things that have been achieved by the Institute. So I just wanted to say one thing about our time together. We held the job for a short while. Judith and I, we shared the job. And so I just want to say a little bit about job share, this role, because I want to encourage some of you who are doing sterling research to at some point put yourselves forward to taking on the leadership role. So there were only a couple of other jobs where the responsibility had been shared at UCL. And then Judith asked me whether we should have a go together. And so we thought we would. And it worked out extremely well. We had our responsibilities kind of shared depending on strengths. And Judith did all the heavy lifting for some of the major stuff like strategy. And I was good at finance and working with Ian for some of the other stuff. We also had, in fact, set up our emails. We had a director at Institute of Women's Health email, so that it was separate from our own research emails, and we would both kind of log in, and we had to-do folders, Judith's to-do and my to-do, and it really worked very well. So I would really strongly recommend job sharing. It wouldn't, of course, have happened except for some really kind of great support from Ian Waller, Christina, Marcia, and Kate. None of this works except for this, a lot of work behind the scenes by the professional staff. There's one other name I want to mention while we are here. He's no longer with us, John Timms. John was really like a really generous colleague. So there were a lot of things that had, and Judith will speak more to it. In our time, we had to submit the second iteration of the first application for the, and I won't say anything about it because I'll hand over to Judith. She did all the heavy lifting. So Judith, you can take over.
Thank you. You can see we worked this out perfectly between us. So just as others have said, really, I mean, I'm also a huge fan of the Institute for Women's Health. I've been around, like Usha, pretty much from the beginning, because that's when I got my post. So for those of you who don't know me, I hold the job title is Margaret Pike Professor of Sexual and Reproductive Health. And my background is rather short clinical career, finishing at MRCP. I went straight into epidemiology, and I did that in diabetes for a few years, and then HIV epidemiology. And then someone said to me, they're getting a chair in, I can't remember what it's called now, family planning and reproductive health. They're getting it together, so quickly get your CV polished. And I remember, because I was on maternity leave, and when my daughter was going to school, they advertised the post, and that was when I started in 2004, and then quickly started working with the Institute and Ian at the time. And I have loved it ever since. Really, I am a huge fan. And the two phrases that came to my mind, you've heard all sorts of wonderful things about the Institute, are quite small but perfectly formed and punching well above its weight. That was the thing that really struck me as director with Usha, when you start to look into what's going on, really punching above our weight. And the things like, as Peter mentioned, the International Women's Health activities. It did start on your watch, because I remember saying to you, Peter, isn't it a bit embarrassing that we've never done anything for International Women's Day and we are the Institute for Women's Health? So, of course, Peter said, yeah, we'll go and do something then. And rather amazingly, this sort of team of people appeared and someone said, let's do this play. And you've heard from Peter about that. You could have heard a pin drop when that play was being read. They were very harrowing stories, but women who went on to become activists, who had turned these misfortunes into extraordinary achievements. One of them was a woman who set up the first helpline for domestic violence in Russia at a time when 14,000 women were killed by their husbands, and there was one phone line. I don't know what that's like now, but anyway, Usha almost mentioned the Athena Swan Gold. Here's our logo. And that, I have to say that I think the job share was a significant part of that, and they said so in the feedback. Because one of the things that struck me about wanting to do a job share, I'd been talking about it for a lot, and I thought, well, you've got to walk the walk, not just talk the talk. And it seemed to me, so many people will say, when they stand up, they'll say, well, with my this hat on, with my that hat on, I wear several hats, da-da-da-da. And I thought, well, you know, those hats can be, I don't know, taken on, taken off. They can be split up into different people doing different components of the job. And for me, it seemed to be a way of freeing up what looked like these very dense, huge sort of directorships and deanships and all sorts of things, where the email signature goes on for about half a page because everyone's doing so many things. And I thought, if that can be broken up a bit in a job share, then you bring a bit of air into the thing. There's a bit of space there for women in particular to come forward and do some of that role, which they may not have the time to do the full role if they're working part-time or got family commitments. So that was my interest in it. And Usha, of course, was the perfect job share because, you know, someone who runs the whole of that biggest clinical trial ever in the world has to be organised, and I'm not terribly organised. So this was it did work very well, played to our different strengths, and most of the mushers, of course. And yeah, it was good fun, and I really enjoyed it, actually. And I probably shouldn't go on much longer. We got our Athena Swan Gold. There's John Timms, who was leading it, jointly leading it, with me and Susie Buckley there, and we had a great day collecting our gold. And is that the last slide? That's it, because I'm conscious of trying to catch up time now, but just to say, if any of you are thinking of job shares, I don't know how much they've taken off in UCL. There were one or two around, and I don't know whether there are many more now, but I would thoroughly recommend it if anyone's thinking of it. Thank you.
So the other thing that many of you may not know is that Judith was running organised UCL to run a Women in Leadership programme. And that's why I applied to become the director, because I shadowed Geraint Rees for a week. And he took me into all these hallowed meetings of UMC, University Medical Committee, a management committee, and where you always think, well, what's actually going on? And then you realise they're just having coffee and biscuits and thinking about sort of problems, but in sort of issues of larger amounts of money that they need to play with or find. So it's not a scary place at all. It was really interesting, and that's why I applied for the job. So it's your fault. So I'm going to hand over to Nikki and Simon, who are going to follow up because they were the next team that did a job share as interims. Over to you.
You go first. Yeah, that's right. Let's go to the job share.
Mine is very short, and I'm mainly pictures. So. Sorry. Well, good morning. It's a great honour to be here, and it was a very short but sweet time as a co-director of the Institute for Women's Health. I just wanted to share with you some of the reflections. I think Simon's got more of the sort of nitty-gritty of what happened during that time, but some of my reflections relate very much to the depth and breadth and foresight to take women's health into globally into Uganda. I think changed the face of neonatal neuroprotection, and I think the chance of working with clinical people and researchers and working with such a generous, spirited team in the Institute for Women's Health has really, I think, allowed neonatology to excel and to change the face. We did this small feasibility study of cooling with water bottles. We showed very early on that actually you should not translate therapies that work in high resource settings directly to low resource settings. And this has been shown now that cooling isn't a treatment that can be used in low and middle income settings. And this was the start, I think, for attracting a very large grant from the Gates Foundation. Had we not done this, we would not then have moved on to develop a piglet model that replicated neonatal encephalopathy in low and middle income settings. And it just all moves forward. So this is a great positive, and I think we're still very much involved in working and doing clinical trials in LMICs. The issue of space, I think, has really been a big recurring theme for me since I arrived 21 years ago. When we first arrived, we were in the EGA, in the basement. As you probably know, many of you, I run a piglet lab. I didn't set it up. It was set up in the 1990s by Oz Reynolds and John Wyatt, but then I took it over in 2003. And this is the sort of environment that we were working in. And then we had to leave. In 2008, when the EGA was changed into Macmillan Cancer Centre, and we moved over to ION Queen Square, where we stayed for 16 years in the basement that flooded intermittently, and the team, led by Chris Meehan, saw no light during the 12-hour shifts. But I think being in a terrible space, inviting visitors from all over the world to the space and them saying, I'm really surprised that you managed to actually get such groundbreaking research out of this. It galvanized us, and it then allowed us to develop the model into something that is very high-tech, clinically relevant, neurocritical care, all the same equipment that we use in neonates, and we always needed 3T MRI. And we now, with the tenacity and working with Anna, and thank you very much for allowing this to happen, we now have a home within the Institute for Women's Health. So we're very much looking forward to that. I just want to acknowledge Chris Meehan, who has driven this tirelessly forward. And so we're very excited to be working in these labs now. Just want to say one big thanks to the support staff, especially Ian Waller and the team, for helping with all the grants and all the toing and froing of work and academic work. Thank you.
So I knew that we'd be running over by the time that you got to me. So I have tried to keep it down to one slide. And I kind of thought, well, obviously there's kind of a discussion of space. But the space that I'm going to talk about is that it's kind of, I thought it was quite interesting and strange that kind of previous directors all get to come up. And you know those Doctor Who episodes where they get all the Doctor Who's together to do one kind of big thing, and quite often it's around Christmas time. So I thought, well, in that case, my slide might just be this, which is... But anyway, so super quick, and I think this is testament to the people at the Institute, particularly the professional support staff, and it is one that, and this riffs on what Peter was talking about, was continue to explore more ways to unify the academic and clinical parts of the Institute. And one of the things was to try to make sure that there was a timing for the audit days, which meant that all people could attend and bring the whole thing together. And Donald actually was one of the people that spoke to me quite seriously about this and said, we really need to pull this together like that. The next point is that we actually, and this is Marcia that pushed this through, is that we at last got UCL to formally recognise that it was the EGA Institute for Women's Health. The third point was that we created an institute development fund which would fund, for example, some travel for early career researchers, bridging for between fellowships for early career researchers. And this was led by, or the idea was put forward by Ian Waller and Marcia Jacks, so it is to their credit. If you don't like your consultancy being top sliced, then you can blame them as well. And then the other point was that we actually, and this was Judith that put this forward, is that she asked me to write a piece for Elizabeth Garrett Anderson so that she could be featured in the UCL's Female First exhibition, which took place, and she was one of 12 women that was recognised for this. And then finally, and quite importantly, is that we recruited Sarah Mayhew. So thank you very much. I'll leave it to Anna.
So having run a few of these, I have no slides at all. I've got three things that I wanted to say. So 3 words that I think really sum up my experience of the Institute and being director. Number 1, excellence. Number 2, partnership. And number 3 is family. So I think it's wonderful to have the really talented staff of the Institute. And what a lot of people don't tell you is when you move up into a more senior position, you have the privilege of talking to people outside your sphere. So I remember meeting Anne Lansley and having a sort of half-hour chat about her experience and the fact that she was an educator, she was a nurse, she was really talented, and I just hadn't appreciated what she was able to achieve and her impact in the Institute. And so it's really great to meet not only peers at your same level, but also the early career researchers. So it's really a pleasure to see so many people going forward, becoming, succession planning. I'm not going to be around forever. I've done the job for 6 years. I'm planning to be around for a little bit longer. But who's going to take it on next? Hopefully somebody that is coming through the Institute. Plenty of really talented people out there. I think partnership is number 2, so it's great. It was great to work with Donald. It's been fantastic to work with Stuart. We don't have quite such a regular Starbucks coffee chat, but it's usually about once a month when we have a good moan, I suppose, really. It's good to get it off your chest because we have each similar issues. But actually to celebrate working together, and it's been great to work with him to secure the funding for the new posts in women's cancer. We're now working on new posts in reproductive health. And I think as well as the pandemic really hit home, the partnership between the hospital and the Institute was so critical, so key. We worked really hard. Research fellows dropped everything, went across to work in the hospital. As somebody who works in the hospital, I felt very safe knowing that everything that could be done in terms of understanding about the pandemic was being done. We were ahead of the curve in terms of patient management, impact of implementation of clinical guidelines. It was a great working environment, even though it was very scary. And I remember Simon's evocative photos where he was cycling around central London and there were no cars, there were no people. So that's an abiding memory that I have of the pandemic. Another part of partnership as well is our very successful ultrasound and obstetric fetal ultrasound course, our master's course, which is the first time that UCL has partnered with a trust to develop a master's course. It's been very successful. There are other institutes that are also thinking about partnering. So I think that's been a really good collaboration between the trust and the institute side. And then finally, family, and I'm not talking about my own family. Some of you may see my son who's wandering around with a camera. Say hi to him. Thank you, Alexander, for filming the day. But in terms of family, the professional services staff and all the people here, it's such a wonderful place to work because people are supportive. Things don't always go right. There's always a friendly face to talk to. And so that's where I'm going to leave it, just to say thank you very much for my time so far. I've really enjoyed it. It's not an easy job, but it's a very, very memorable job, a really rewarding job. And if you're thinking of doing some kind of management post in the future, please do it because it's really rewarding and it's great to see the directors come through and say exactly the same thing. I'm going to stop there, and we have a coffee break now. And while we're doing the coffee and while you're setting up, we're going to put up the Slido link because we have our debate about women's choice, reality or illusion. So thank you very much. Off to coffee and back in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Fantastic slide, Simon. Can we get up the Slido? I've done it.
No, it's not on here.
Is it not on there? Oh. Is it not on there? You've turned it off.
meant that they knew all my
Okay, everybody, if you'd all like to take a seat, we will restart the session. So we are going to start our debate. If you'd all like to join the Slido, if you've managed to get the Slido up on your phones, then what you need to do is point your camera at the QR code and you need to vote. So you need to vote. Do you think choice is an illusion in women's health? We're going to hear from two good debaters. And I'm going to introduce the chair of the session is Arazu. Arazu Rezvani is a consultant midwife, and Dimitris Mavrelos is a consultant obstetrician gynecologist, and they're going to be chairing the session. So please do vote if you haven't done already. Choice is an illusion in women's health. Okay. Have you all voted? Is anybody monitoring the voting? Are you monitoring the voting, Sarah? How many have we got so far? 37. Oh, we've got many more than that. Okay, keep voting, keep voting. We're only going to keep it up for another few seconds so that we can get on with our debate. How many have we got voting now? Oh, we're not doing bad. Okay, okay. Quick, 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 quick. 61. How many? 72. Keep voting, keep voting. Thank you. How many are we up to now? 100? 83. Right, I'm going to switch now and, yeah. So, do we have anything on the vote? Yeah. I'm going to hand over to Arazu. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Good, everyone's morning. Have you all voted? Okay, let's have a look at the results. We got about 20 minutes talk, 10 minutes each of our for and against. And then we have some questions to answer. Let's see if they can change your mind, if we can have your votes. So do you want to tell them what we can see what it is. So, yeah. So we got 54 as agree, 26% as disagree, and 20% unsure. Now, let's see if you can change their minds. Or bring those unsure ones towards your motion. The first is the Professor Dimitris Siasaskos. That's obstetric, our professor in obstetric. He will talk about the motion for the motion.
Okay. I'll try not to include too many stories, which I tend to do. How do I start it? The cursor is not up here.
That one. That one. Should we do that one? Is that going? Or do that one?
It's different there. Okay. It's not changing here. That's a problem. Have you, Sarah? My slides are not changing here. And the cursor is not appearing, so I don't know what happened. It's okay, I can do it from here. Because the slides are not advancing here. I don't want to look behind my back. Where's the cursor, you see?
They're not advancing. But you're not on the
Did you try to connect? That might be what happened. So we'll press break. Let's press break.
I may have opened up the wrong thing.
Was it on the desktop?
I can try with it behind my back.
Wait on.
The wrong thing, so I wanted to go back to the...
You have to allow a few more people in the room.
up where it's open at the same time. So can't do that at the moment. Okay.
For the presentation? No, I can't.
Or anyone.
I got it. Good, all right. Yeah, we're ready. We are ready. Okay, thank you. All right, so I will discuss choices in women's health, not just for patients, women and their families, and people giving birth, but also for us as well. Because informed choice in women's health can be very difficult for families and for us. And I'll start with an example for obstetricians and gynecologists, if I'm allowed, because one of the reasons why I went into it, because I didn't want to choose between any of the medical or surgical specialties. I liked all of them, and I thought obs and gynae combines both. And there was 20 years, the first debate more than 20 years, I witnessed was about whether the specialty should be split into obstetrics and gynecology. And I did not want to make that choice, because I loved both. The reality now, this is actually 2018, we're just over half who are still practicing obstetrics and gynecology. Most of you know that at UCL, out of 14 slots for obstetrics, only one is covered by people who cover gynae as well. Everyone else is a pure obstetrician. So sometimes we have to make some hard choices. Now, when it comes to patient choice, very important and critical in women's health was the Montgomery case. So it's a legal judgment. We say that when it comes to discussing alternatives with patients and giving them a choice of which treatment option to go for, what matters is not just what we tell them. So in the 80s and 90s, some of us may have been telling patients, this is what I think you should do, and that was it. But we need to take into account what matters to the family we have in front of us. And that's great, because that meant that choice became a reality in women's health. Did it? So following the Montgomery case, because that became widely known, not just in the UK, and not just in obstetrics and gynecology, but globally, is we ended up, so this is the recent consent form for cesarean section produced by a college. We ended up with extremely long lists that describe every possible risk in numerical format for women so that they can make an informed choice whether to have a cesarean section or not. And I am partly guilty because I was part of the original consent group of the college, and the reason why they invited me before becoming a consultant is because I was innovation of the quarter in the Southwest, because I developed similar forms for North Bristol, where I was based. And you can see the form, one of the forms I developed locally then in 2007 to 2008. But with a medical student, we asked staff and patients how they felt about the forms, and you will see that actually patients and their families thought that the forms were mostly there to protect the hospital and to help the doctor have control of the situation. So post-Montgomery, did things get better? And as we investigated with Jackie, Anna, Joseph, one of our few remaining obstetricians and gynecologists, what we found is that post-Montgomery, the list of risks became longer, and therefore the discussion with the patient in front of us, with the woman in front of us, what matters to you, became even shorter, because there's not enough time. We have to go through a long list. So post-Montgomery, did choice become a reality or an illusion? But, thank God, another case, the McCulloch case, is used a lot in law now, because what it says is that actually it's not about giving the patient every single choice, is you only need to discuss with the person you have in front of you the choices that are considered reasonable by a reasonable clinician. So if there are 4 treatment options or 3, cesarean, induction, expectant management, you don't need to discuss a cesarean if that would not be considered reasonable by every reasonable obstetrician. And that would be great for giving, for not just giving choice, but giving choice that is appropriate and reasonable. The problem So I have changed some of the quotes from some of the legal cases. I'm involved a lot in legal cases as an expert. And I changed some of the quotes. Essentially, if you read the quotes from some of the cases, when it comes to discussing mode of birth, essentially the patient was thick, so I didn't think I need to offer a cesarean section, despite the diabetes and a large baby, because she knew me, she trusted me, so I told her she should have an induction, and that was it. Okay? And that's from this here, by the way. So this is where we are now with informed choice. So when it comes to informed choice in women's health, it's about discussing the risks that matter from a clinical point of view, but also from a family's point of view, what matters to them, their family. So the reasonable patient and the reasonable clinician. So coming to the reasonable clinician, the clinical perspective is informed to a large degree by guidelines, statistics of the average patient, and that's where clinical judgment is important for the context and the patient you have in front of you, not just the average statistic for the average population. But the guidelines don't necessarily help us to give that informed choice, you see. And I have two examples. Women with diabetes. The RCOG shoulder dystocia guideline in 2012, it's still there now. It's not taken out, it's still there. You are only meant to give the option. So it's an option on the table, so that's what is used now in the legal world, following the McCulloch judgment. So cesarean section is only an option on the table if you follow the RCOG guideline for a woman with diabetes, if the baby is more than 4.5 kilos at birth. That was the definition of macrosomia in the 80s and the early 90s. The NICE guideline for diabetes, at the very introduction, does say that more than the 90th centile or more than 4 kilos is the definition of macrosomia, and you're meant to discuss all three options with them. It doesn't mean you need to recommend a cesarean, but all the options need to be on the table. Is that happening in practice? As far as my legal cases are concerned, not. So what happens with a woman who doesn't have diabetes? The RCOG shoulder dystocia guideline, which is still current, and you will find it on the website, says that if you have a baby that is meant to be macrosomic and you don't have diabetes, you don't need to discuss or offer induction. It's not an option on the table. And that's based on the best possible evidence, the Cochrane review in 2000. There's a problem. The problem is that there has been the same authors published a Cochrane review in 2016 that shows that with induction of labor you have a significant reduction in the risk of shoulder dystocia and associated neonatal injury. But the guideline has not been updated. So you see how difficult it can be for clinicians to give that choice to women when the guidelines can be conflicting. Another favorite topic of mine is home birth standalone midwifery unit alongside midwifery unit and consultant-led unit because of our chair. I think I need to cover something related to midwifery. Now, from the NHS website, it does say, for example, that if you have a home birth, there are many advantages, disadvantages, and it does give a numerical risk. So the risk of serious problems, including death or the issues that may affect quality of life, and a slight increase from 5 in 1,000 to 9 in 1,000. Okay. For choice, what we need to understand, what is material to a patient? The value they attribute to a risk. So for some women, an increase from 5 in 1,000 to 9 in 1,000 will be extremely low because they really want to have a home birth. For some women, this is devastating. So you cannot say slightly, and that's the problem with the NHS website. Because it doesn't take into account the value that women put on that individual risk. And Jackie's paper describes that really well. So coming back to place of birth, which is relevant because we have Peter in the audience as well, and one of the topics that he has investigated, home birth. A statistic that is rarely shared with women, in my experience, or maybe not as often as it should, is nulliparous woman. Chance that she will be transferred to an obstetric-led unit, mostly for epidural, but for serious reasons, 45%. What does that mean? Is that really bad? Is that really good? I don't know. Ask the woman. For some women, 55% chance that they will stay at home in their own environment is fantastic. For some women, this will be devastating. Okay, what's the point? How do you know? Talk to them instead of a long list. Choice of instrument. So cesarean section at full dilatation or forceps? I don't want forceps because a friend of a friend had a really badly injured baby. I want either a ventouse or a cesarean section. understand why, discuss with them. We know the evidence now that cesarean section with full dilatation has several problems in the future, but sometimes it's the only option if your trial has failed first, as opposed to forceps and what happened to a relative. But you need to establish that rapport, and sometimes 1 or 2 minutes can be enough to establish enough rapport. And finally, sometimes choice may be undesirable. So a study which I quoted a lot earlier in my career by Kingdon et al. Is that actually sometimes women want to have a long discussion, more than 400 women in that study. They want to have a really long discussion with an obstetrician of the options, the risks and benefits. And as my friend, who's a solicitor specializing in obstetric litigation for the claimant, so she went to discuss options with a gynecologist, and she was really disappointed because at the end she said, okay, so what do you think I should do? I can't tell you what you'll do. I can't tell you what you'll do. These are the options. You have to decide. No, but please, you know, now we've discussed the options. What do you think I should do as an experienced obstetrician? I can't tell you. Really disappointed. So they're really disappointed with the discussion. Because sometimes women will make the choice that they allow you to make their choice on their behalf. So they still have a sense of control over their decision making, but they want you as a senior clinician to make that decision. So autonomous decision making requires a degree of rapport, not long lists. So summary. Choices are very important in women's health. Sometimes some of the choices may not be indicated for clinical reasons. Often, however, they are desired and not indicated, but not offered because there is confusion and we don't have enough time to understand who we have in front of us. And sometimes, as I said, the choice is even undesirable because what women want is a full discussion and then for you to help them make a decision. We make more difference than we think. And to take things around, so I discussed about I loved reproductive medicine and acute obstetrics. I did not want to make a choice. I had to make a choice because I wanted to become an academic, and that meant there was no choice. So I had to give up fertility and the wonderful word of fertility and reproductive health. And I had to become a discount obstetrician. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitri, for presenting and giving us a really good insight about choice and when it's there and not there. I think you have a very worthy opponent in Françoise Shenfield, who holds degrees both in law and medicine. And I know from experience that she'll give you a very good, strong argument. And welcome, Françoise.
Well, whilst you're trying to put it on the screen, I'll just say thank you to Dimitrios. We've cheated a bit because we agreed to speak on different matters. I'm not going to touch obstetrics. I'm going to talk about choice for women in general, if technology allows. And I think you've given a wonderful lecture. I would beg to argue that you give a wonderful lecture about consent, but not about choice. And any practitioner and good lawyer will know that this written paper is only a piece of evidence if needed in law, and it doesn't matter what you've scribbled on it anyway, because a good lawyer will assess whether you gave it with good enough information, which is the key to our autonomy. But I enjoyed it very much, and that's tongue in cheek anyway. So, I think whoever thinks we don't have choice haven't talked to their mother or not to their grandmother as a woman. And as a clinician, I would ask I always try to put myself in the patient's shoes. So I would not ask, what do you think, doctor? I would ask, what would you do if you were me with your very special knowledge? And not wanting to be too much of a feminist, I'm as much a support of men. I think we're all equal. If men put themselves in women's shoes, they would perhaps understand, we're so lucky, our generation. I'm the first generation who had access to the contraceptive pill, for goodness sake. I know you young people like it less that we did, but think about how mother and grandmothers live. So I'm going to try to prove this to you, that choice is a reality thanks to the growing autonomy that we've seen for at least 100 years. It's a symbol, of course, of women's autonomy to have or not to have a child, when at the time, at least 100 years ago, even 50 years ago or 60 years ago, women had one fear if they went too far with their beloved, that they would have to hold the baby. And that really means holding the baby, because they were often not helped to care for that baby, or they went to backstreet abortions. For goodness sake, think about the past. History is an important subject at school and everywhere, because it teaches us about the present. We mustn't forget it. Access to contraception and fertility treatment, there was nothing in the middle of the last century, very little, apart a little bit of sprinkling of powders and hope to help people who were trying desperately for a baby. It all changed with IVF. And changed before that with ovulation induction, thanks to the like of Nullenfeld and so on, and gonadotrophins, etc. This is embodied internationally. Of course, we're going to focus on our rich countries. We're so lucky to have even more choice in Europe, let's say generally, a bit less in the USA, but that's a political matter, so we won't broach it today. However, think about the whole world. Reproductive rights and sexual and reproductive health and rights are universally enshrined. They've been improved in the last 50 years for contraception. You may be all too young to remember the Gillick judgment about the ability to give consent for an underage young woman or adolescent without the mother or the father or the whole family sitting in the room. That's 1984. That's quite a long time ago. And of course, I'll talk generally about other fields, but we can't talk about everything. Reproductive rights, very importantly, 30 years ago. That's not yesterday, that's a whole generation. Were first put on the world page in Cairo, where a framework of reproductive rights was adopted. Right to reproductive self-determination, free of stigma and coercion. It's not your father who decides, like in many traditions. It's not your mother either, it's you. Right to sexual and reproductive health. Services, information, hence consent, good enough information, good enough consent. And we can only be good enough to quote Winnicott. I think that applies to medical practitioners as well. And education. And I'm so happy Joyce has come, because I will allude to a magnificent improvement of education in all matters of reproductive health for all ages. And you don't know what it's like when you couldn't talk about it, even in the schoolyard or anywhere, without people frowning at you. A change of language that happened with the Guttmacher-Lancet Commission in 2018, and it's really going into the details, because instead of reproductive health, it became sexual health, reproductive health, and respect of sexual and reproductive rights. But what I want you to look at is on the top right, which I've repeated in the next slide. Why am I stuck? That's better, forgive me. What are the components for these rights? Very important. They cover lots of things. That's why I went outside of contraception. Gender-based violence, HIV/AIDS, other STDs, contraception, maternal and newborn health, abortion, infertility, first put onto the map from WHO in 2018, a bit late. I would argue, considering the achievement in this country, we're all very proud of the Nobel Prize of Bob Edwards, the first IVF child, 1978. However, it happened. Better late than never. That implies you need the tools, you need the service, you need education, you need counseling and information. So at worldwide level, the most crucial reform, the WHO said, are those that promote gender equality and give women a greater control about their bodies and their lives. And I would argue that, yes, it's happening. Whatever bad news we read repeatedly. This implies access to safe abortion and post-abortion services, services for prevention management and treatment of infertility. As I said, first official mention reported by the Lancet in 2018. And these are necessary, but they must be framed by the law in every country. And we know, we've all read about what's happening in many states of America where there's been, and there's going to be, we hope not too much, but there is a threat to women's choice with some states where you can't find an obstetrician because he would fear of getting sued too often, and women have to cross borders, internal borders, to get IVF or to get their abortion, which are much more common than IVF cycles. This is real life. So they must be embedded in laws and in appropriate policies. That's better. Needs. So these, let's give you a few examples. Services, abortion, change even in this country since 1967 Act. I'm not going to do the details, you know it all by heart. It's been officially legally recognized, but for instance, 2018, misoprostol may be taken at home. That's a very important choice for women rather than to be coming to a hospital or to a clinician. Education at school, you may think, oh, it's not good enough, but still it's there, it's in the curriculum. And it's not only us, we have to speak to the Department of Education, but we'll all in it together. You do get some education at home. You get it from your parents, or your parents never talk about it because it's not in their culture. You get it through your friends or through the social media, and it may be total rubbish, but you get something, and then you go and ask the proper sources about the evidence base. You get it from healthcare practitioners. Counseling, very important. The first mention of this being mandated in his act as infertility, HFE Act 1990, amended in 2008. In the law, counsel must be offered, not pushed down women's throat. You have a choice, but it must be offered. And information, please get it from appropriated sources, antenatal care. We have a choice now in screening in pregnancy and NIPT. What a wonderful choice for women nowadays. So, I'm not managing this very well. That's better. This is my acknowledgement to Joyce, who's now blushing, but she's been really one of the luminaries in introducing education. This is a poster which she's worked with Fertility Europe, ESHRE, our European Society for Human Reproduction and Embryology. And this has been translated in many languages. It's available on the website. It can be distributed. It tells young people a few things you should know should you, in the future, want to be a parent. You have a choice. You've got contraception. We know that there's a certain percentage of pregnancies which are not planned, but for goodness sake, it's much less than the number of unplanned pregnancy from our parents and certainly our grandparents. So let's be real. We live in a wonderful world, and it's even going to get better. So now you've gathered, I'm an optimist. In infertility, which of course has been my practice, thanks to all the team, and I love working in a team. That's why this institute is so important, but the team at UCLH is very, very strong. But the treatment of infertility has been revolutionized in the last, it's more than 40 years, the first IVF baby. Think about it. There are approximately almost 3 million of ART cycles globally. 8 million children have been born by IVF. I'm not talking about all the other treatment of ovulation induction, simple treatment. You've got pituitary adenoma, simple. I mean, even the GPs look after that nowadays. They don't cross the threshold of our clinics. So Chambers from Australia estimated that number. Sorry, in the UK, I think it's the numbers, I sent some more slides, but actually it's 2.3% of children nowadays born out of ART. We're doing pretty well for the UK, not good enough, I agree, not enough choice because not enough IVF funding through the infamous postcode lottery. Look at France, it's about 3%. It's very easy to compare both, not because I've got 2 passports in these 2 countries, but because the population is about the same, so it's quite easy to compare. Denmark, Belgium, Czech Republic are doing much better than us. They're 5 to 6%. And why is that? It's because the state funding is better. There's no mystery. Okay, so the choice is there, and that's politics. So I'm afraid you'll have to become even more political than you are already if you want more choice, but that's a fact of a life. I will finish by saying the most important choice for us women. You men have been able to store sperm efficiently for so many years, 70 at least, if not more. But we women, there were some studies from Italy, and it was inefficient. Vitrification has changed completely the picture. When was it recognized to be a good method, not research anymore? 2012 by the American Society for Reproductive Medicine. Of course, it's not a panacea, but I think for many women in this room who want to juggle, as we were talking earlier, career, children, whatever, we still know that we do 30% more housework than our beloved at home. Whatever, how many degrees we have, it doesn't make any difference. Well, we have a choice. Sadly, it is not funded by this state. I gave a lecture yesterday in Paris, and the French state decided in 2021 in the new law that it's going to be funded for everybody. So if you want to agitate and do something about more choice, go and speak to your MPs. I'm sure they've got a few other worries, but never mind. So preserving one's future fertility was, as Roy Humberg, who all know, written Fertility and Sterility, was women's autonomy written in stone, an amazing change for all of us. And it's not difficult to get informed consent. You just have to give evidence-based information. One slide, okay? It speaks to everybody, to all our patients. Before 35 years, this is the number of oocytes if you have frozen and your chances of cumulative live birth rate. If you're over 36, let's take an example. You have 9 oocytes frozen and you're below 35. You have a 50% chance of pregnancy with this oocyte. You're over 35, over 36, 35 completed, it's a 25%. Tell me anybody whether, I won't repeat how one woman was qualified. Of course, we never use such words about women who do not understand at first explanation. It's clear. One slide, and you get your informed consent. So this is definitely, apart from other things, prevention of cervical cancer. Anthony, your clinic would be much less busy nowadays, wouldn't it? You've done so many things, you would still be doing them. But this is amazing. This is a recent BMJ article. We still have a social gradient, and sadly, in what field do we not have social gradient? In smoking, in cardiovascular disease, in longevity, and also in uptake of medication. So there is something which is extra to medicine, which is society and which society we want to live in, which is important, but we still have a choice to try to improve it. So HPV vaccination is estimated by the OMS, because I was lecturing in France yesterday, so that's the French, where the WHO, I have to switch from one part of the brain to the other, to be really changing the future of women in that field. Of course, we don't have enough choice. It will never be perfect. But even the WHO is optimistic in something which is really horrendous, which we don't know in this country. We don't think about it, child marriage. Although we know that some families take their child to the country from which they emigrated, 1 or 2 generations, doesn't matter, and they come back married in a way which would be illegal in this country. Even the WHO says that it's better because it has gone down in the last few years. It's not perfect. Nothing is perfect. So there's always more work to do, which is good for us because it keeps the mind going. finally, just to cover the whole gamut of choices at all ages, I will here acknowledge a dear colleague who's quite active and well known in this field, Vikram Talolika, who's standing right at the back there. There is more choice in this field, and I borrowed these slides for him. Choice is there, more than 35 preparation for menopausal women in this country. Again, you may decide not to take any, but the choice is there. And I know sometimes pharmacy hasn't got any left, or your local pharmacy, no, neither, but still the choice is there. The route can be oral, transdermal, vaginal, you can have a Mirena, and the duration is based on individual choice. That's what you said, don't you, Vikram? So I will stop there, and I will still say, this is for us women, this is amazing. The ability to freeze eggs, yes, we have to pay for it. I'm much too old, of course. I mean, you, not me. But it's amazing. Maybe at the 30th anniversary, we'll know whether this choice has fulfilled all its promises, because we know for the time being it's about 10% only of women who come back to use them, but it is a choice. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you. We can have few questions.
Two questions, yeah.
Any questions? We can have a couple.
Hello, Effia. And this is a question to my friend, Françoise. You enumerated the numerous choices available, but the topic was, is this an illusion? Because we know in order to exercise the choice, you have extraneous factors. What's the political will? What's the geopolitical situation? Socio-economic factors. So for that reason, yeah, I think we do not deny choice exists, but is it an illusion for a vast majority of women?
I think for us in this still very wealthy country, which is called the United Kingdom, or sometimes one calls it the disunited kingdom, but that's different because regions will have different kind of access. I think for us it's still a choice. Think about if by chance you were born somewhere else, you would have much less chance and much less choice, and you still, I'm sure, have more choice than your mother or grandmother did, even in countries where we live. Let's say wealthy Europe, America, the supposedly richest country in the world. Well, that's a big problem because it's receding, but people are aware it's receding, and there's already a few people fighting about it, and personally, without being biased, I hope there will be more.
Thank you.
Sorry, we're on a scale.
We do it in a minute. With the slide, we do it in 1 minute. One more question, then we can.
Thank you. It was more of a comment than a question. Choice is very important. I always respect women's choice. I always will. But I think my comment is that as a woman and as women, we cannot always escape our own physiology and our own biology. And I'll give you 3 examples. One is the choice to have a cesarean. It is our choice. But that can have consequences, and terrible consequences sometimes, either at that time or in the future. We can choose to have a vaginal birth. That is a choice that must be respected. But sometimes the risks make the chance of bad outcomes very high. And then we have a choice to have a baby at any time. Sometimes that results in big complications for us and for the unborn child. So choice is there. It will always be there. It must be there. But it doesn't always come without a cost.
Thank you. Should we look at the results for our slide?
Are they meant to vote again? A quick summary from each of the speakers, and then we'll have the voting.
Will you start?
No, you start first. Thank you. I started. I think it's Dimitri to. So Françoise to start because he started.
Ah, sorry. Yes, we are rules. Okay, so take that. What can I say? Yes, life it's not ideal. I trust all the young people in this room will do their best to improve women's choice, but I do think that we certainly have more choice, and that in the patient-doctor relationship, I was very struck by what you said. Yes, there are cases. Remember, things come to court when it's been fairly complicated, and who said life was simple, and we know it as practitioners and researchers. However, it's a question of comparing what there is now to what there was before. We hope it will get even better in the future. But to go back to what you said, I think the better question, we must allow patients to say, what would you do if you were me, doctor, or whoever, with your knowledge? Because nobody, I'm not going to have a choice if I get my plumber repair this. I wouldn't even dream of having a choice, but it's probably less important unless there are serious complications than having a choice in health. We must trust the expert, and I agree there's a problem, especially with social media, with people who deny evidence, with vaccine deniers, etc. But still, because perhaps I'm an optimist, I think it can always be talked about. It demands time, and there's not enough of us. That is a fact. So let's have more doctors, nurses, and everything, and let's talk and talk with our patients.
Thank you, Francoise. And now we have Professor Siasako.
Mine will be quick because we pretended to disagree. So we agreed to try and disagree because many of you know I greatly believe in women's choice. So choice is really important. But at the same time, sometimes it's difficult, it's restricted, and we need to do our best to support choice so that it improves. Because at the moment, often it is an illusion. And I think IVF is a great example because you have the choice of IVF or not if you have the choice of IVF. If no one is paying for the IVF and you don't have money for IVF, you cannot have IVF. So choice is an illusion. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, so before everyone votes, just to share some news you may have missed, and what Effia said about the political framework is fundamentally important, and we need to fight for choice. In Afghanistan recently, women were stopped from going into nursing and midwifery as the last option to get higher education. So, of course, choice is a reality only if the political framework allows it, and we have to fight for it. So with that, I invite you to vote again. Oh, so we start at 60% agree, choice is an illusion, and it will update as people vote.
78, 179. Yeah.
Okay, so we've got 82 that have voted, and
90 on here.
yeah, and still 65%, 95 agree.
This was the
Yeah,
54%.
before.
Before, yeah.
Okay, put your votes in another 30 seconds, and then we'll close the vote.
Wait for the result. You're getting similar numbers of votes as well.
Yeah. How many votes were in there?
170.
170.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we have to say that 64% of you continue to think that choice is an illusion, and actually Dimitri has won the debate. To say again. Okay, so we have 107 votes, and there's 64% of people that believe that choice remains an illusion, as opposed to 54% before we had the debate. So actually Dimitri has won and increased the share by 10%.
So can we stop it there by saying the choice between us was an illusion because we both believe
Very good. So we're now going to move to the early career researcher and PhD MSc student presentations. So if you would like to hear about fetal medicine and neonatology, then I think you stay in this room. Is that right? Yes? Yeah. And if you want to hear about women's cancer and reproductive health, please go next door. So for those who are speaking, it's 8 minutes and 2 minutes questions. Yep. Are they all on the hard drive? Can we have the speakers up to the front, please? Thank you.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello, everyone. We are nearly ready to go. Another 60 seconds, maybe. Great. So the next session is some presentations from our early career researchers, and we are going to listen to their talk from both neonatology and fetal medicine. Every talk will be 10 minutes, so 8 minutes presentations and 2 minutes discussions, so total 10 minutes. So we will. So myself and Julia were going to chair these sessions, and without any further delay, I'll call the first presentation. I think Charlotte Colley was supposed to give the talk, but Anna will kindly present, and it's about validation of a scoring system and development of training package for assessment of cesarean section scar, characteristics, and cervical length in pregnancy. Over to you, Anna.
I will give you 1 minute warning.
Thank you. No, thank you very much. So I'm presenting on behalf of Charlotte Colley, who's just had her baby at UCLH, and very sorry that she can't be here, but she really was very delighted to have this proposal, accepted for an oral presentation. So cervical length measurement is a really important part of our antenatal care. And we know that caesarean section at full dilatation basically increases the risk of spontaneous preterm birth in the next pregnancy. It triples the risk. And that's because there's trauma to the cervix. So when you do a full dilatation caesarean section, 40% of the time that scar is put in the cervix. And it's not just 10 centimetres, it's also 8 and 9 centimetres. So all those obstetricians out there, we can't help it, it causes trauma. And there are a variety of training programs that have actually looked at how we can assess cervical length, but none of them have actually assessed caesarean section scars. So we developed a technique developed by Amrita Banerjee and Maria Ivan, who are PhD students in the Institute, about validating a transvaginal ultrasound technique. And we found that if there was a low caesarean scar position in relationship to the internal os, the top of the cervix, then there was a very high increased risk of shortening the cervix and then spontaneous preterm birth, even if you put in a stitch. So we want to develop a training package to train healthcare professionals to accurately assess the cervical length and the caesarean section scar during pregnancy using this validated technique. We basically created a 6-point image scoring system based on Amrita's study. It was validated by 2 experts, and patients provided consent for the use of the anonymized ultrasound images, and then they were objectively scored. And the scoring system incorporates measuring the cervix length. The cervix has to be, the image of the cervix has to be at least 75% occupying the screen, assessing the scar, checking if there's a niche. A niche is where you have at least a 2 millimeter diameter area. You can see there in the pink there, that is a caesarean section scar niche. And then we looked at whether the image was magnified correctly, was the internal os identified, was the cervix measured properly, etc. So that scoring system was validated. It included assessing the dimensions of the niche and also measuring what's called the residual myometrial thickness, which is the area of the myometrium that's above the scar. The scoring system was validated objectively. 80% of the time the 2 experts agreed, and subjectively 76% of the time they agreed. And here is the strength of agreement for the subjective and objective assessments. We then went on to basically develop a training video. So this is myself, Kasia Maxime and Georgie Fox, who are part of the preterm birth team. We wrote the script. We collaborated with patients to make sure that it was relevant for them, because we want this healthcare, this video to be relevant for patients as well. The video comprises 4 sections. There's an introduction. I don't know whether this is actually going to, the sound's not going to play, but it basically shows a typical patient consultation, and the video basically shows how, what would happen to women if they come along and they attend a preterm birth clinic. You can see here there's information about what happens in labour, the risk of preterm birth, which goes up about 2% if you have a straightforward caesarean section, either electively when you're 2 or 3 centimetres, but if you have a caesarean section when it's later in pregnancy, in labour, then you're more likely to have a scar that's near the top of the cervix. So we also developed the the sort of patient consultation part of this video. So there's a patient on the left who's chatting to the practitioner about what's going to happen when they have the transvaginal cervical length scan. And then we also included some images from videos. We had a number of patients who very kindly allowed us to film the transvaginal ultrasound scan that was being done. And this basically shows practitioners how to do it. And this whole program was funded by Tommy's charity with the aim of trying to roll out this cervical length assessment technique across the UK, because a full dilatation caesarean section is now an indication for women to be referred to a preterm birth clinic to have a cervical length assessment between 16 and 20 weeks of gestation. So we're currently getting expert feedback. We got UCL ethical approval to approach experts to review the feedback, the video itself, and to say, you know, are we saying things we shouldn't be saying? How does it feel from your point of view as a clinician? That's it. That's Charlotte with her little baby, who's called Agnes. And thank you very much. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you to all those practitioners who joined in assessing the video. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. Why can't you do a caesarean section without damaging the cervix?
Well, that's a very good point. I mean, even at, when you try, there are extensions. So the thing is, when you do a caesarean section when there's a late stage of labour, the head is low and pretty much all the cervix has been taken up. So it's just continuous with the lower segment of the uterus. So when you put your cut, even if you go very high up, if you put your cut high up, you do get a higher scar. So there's a nice randomised controlled trial from Italy that showed that. But then you've got to get your hand in and deliver the baby. So very often you get a tear. The uterus has been working really hard in labour. So it's wherever you look, whatever studies you look at, about 40% of women who have a full dilatation section, the scar is in the cervix.
So it's a trade-off between damaging the uterus or damaging the cervix.
Yeah, and so that is why, and I know Dimitros mentioned about the fact that we need to counsel women adequately. Don't choose to have a forceps delivery if the head is really low, because you are very likely to have a scar which is low, and that may cause you to go into labour early next time. Consider that when you are counselling women, because there is a trade-off between instrumental birth and a full dilatation caesarean.
Questions? Just one question from me, Anna. Did you look at how it impacts the neonatal outcomes?
Well, probably we'd need very, very large numbers. But, I mean, certainly my experience is it's really quite difficult to deliver a baby when they're fully dilated section. And, I think we need to do more training in these kind of breech extraction methods, or potentially Paduaden manoeuvre, which is where you deliver the arms and the bottom comes out first, to try and avoid damaging. Because we know that if you have a full dilatation section and a difficult section, it's as probably traumatic as having as a difficult instrumental birth, but not enough data out there yet.
Thank you. Lovely presentations. I think we will have to move on.
And we've got Georgie and Sophia presenting together on antenatal care or spina bifida. And again, I'm going to give you 8 minutes and 2 minutes for question. I'll give you a 1 minute warning.
Okay, so we're going to talk about the outcomes of fetal surgery for open spina bifida under the NHS commissioned service. So very basic, most will know spina bifida is a neurological condition with lifelong physical and psychological effects. In open spina bifida, the spinal cord and the meninges is exposed to a defect in the skin and the bone. There's two main kinds of open spina bifida, myeloschisis and myelomeningocele. And the open fetal surgery involves opening the maternal abdomen and the uterus to do a 3-layer repair. So the aim of our research, or part of our program, was to present the outcomes from our open surgery program within the first 4 years, and we're going to whiz through it. The NHS England commissions one fetal surgery centre, but it's run across 2 providers. It's run at UCLH with Gosh, and then also at Leuven, and it's been commissioned since November 2019. All of the patients across the country are allocated based on postcodes, so north of England, Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales go to Leuven, and then the patients that live in the south of England come to UCLH. It starts at the local units. They will obviously do the ultrasound and make the initial diagnosis and start those discussions about the options that families have, which are postnatal surgery, considering termination, or considering whether prenatal surgery is appropriate. We asked them to avoid raising expectations about fetal surgery because not everybody is eligible, and we asked them to provide them with lots of patient information and charity information. And then at that point they'll be referred to a regional centre where they would confirm the diagnosis and offer invasive testing. And if at that point they want to, they could refer to a fetal surgery centre, which is UCLH, and we'll begin the discussions about what may be the appropriate option. We do lots of ultrasound imaging as part of the assessment to look at the lesion, and we also will do MRI assessment as well. This is to look at the baby's brain in more detail because not every abnormality is able to be seen on an ultrasound. And then we have to very carefully think about the inclusion criteria. It's very specific, so the lesion has to be between T1 and S1 with hindbrain herniation. It has to be a singleton pregnancy, so not a twin or higher. There has to be an absence of any other fetal structural abnormalities, and the mother has to be over 18 years old. The gestation has to be under 26 weeks for the surgery, which is often the problem in terms of time frames and how quickly everything has to move. And the genetics on the PCR and microarray need to be normal. There are lots of exclusion criteria, which I'm not going to go through, and I'll hand over to Sophia.
Thank you. So after the fetal surgery, the patient is staying with us for a week. We do bedside assessments on day 1 and day 2, and on day 7 we do another ultrasound and MRI, and then they discharge back home. Then they do weekly follow-ups where they do an ultrasound scan to check the length of the cervix, any signs of oligohydramnios or chorionic membrane separation. And we're aiming for an elective cesarean section on 37 weeks. And of course, we are following up those babies in the local neonatal units and in Great Ormond Street Hospital. In those 4 years, we have received 159 referrals. 20 patients were not assessed either because of high BMI or a previous preterm delivery. We ended up assessing 139 patients, out of which 93 were eligible, and 67 had an open fetal surgery up to 26 weeks of gestation. A few of them had a little bit later surgery, between 26 and 27 weeks, and we had 3 fetoscopic surgeries with an exposed uterus. And what we can see from our outcomes when we compared it with the Big Moms trial is that the gestational age at birth in the cervix is 34 weeks and 6 days, compared to the 34 weeks in the Big Moms trial. The Moms trial, for whoever doesn't know, compared the outcomes of prenatal with postnatal surgery, and the prenatal was the open fetal surgery. And when it comes to delivery before 30 weeks and membrane rupture before 37 weeks, we had a lower age in our group and less cases of maternal complications like uterine dehiscence, abruption, transfusion at delivery, and pulmonary edema. Unfortunately, we had 2 cases of intrauterine death and neonatal death. The actual rate of shunt and ETV rate is 29% in our service compared to 44% in the MOMS trial. And then we have comparable outcomes when it comes to the 30 months walking status. And following that, the researchers thought, okay, how are we going to improve even more the outcome? So they moved in what we call the mini hysterotomy, which they show that it can improve actually the outcomes by bringing later the gestational age at birth. And then they thought, why don't we do even like smaller incisions, like a few millimeters in the womb, and do a fetoscopic repair? And this would also give the benefit for the mom to have a vaginal birth instead of a C-section. But there are still some questions for us to be answered, and this is mainly if we can achieve the same neurological protection for the baby. So far, between UZ11 and UCLH course, there have been 17 fetoscopic surgeries that have taken place, and the mean gestational age at birth is 34 weeks, 5 days, with 3 vaginal deliveries. So overall, we can say that the first 4 years of this service has been running successfully, with results that are comparable to the MOM study. It's important to highlight the need of an MDT because each member has a vital role. We are engaging very closely with charity organizations like SIGN and SPH Scotland, and we generally receive a positive patient feedback. What are the aims? The future aim is to focus on the antenatal management and awareness of the potential complications, especially at the local level, because they are the ones actually that are doing the post-surgery follow-up and they're making decisions for delivery. And also to explore the outcomes of fetoscopic antenatal repair in relation to the open fetal surgery. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. That's really interesting. I don't know anything about that, and it looks very impressive. I would add to the goals for the future to advocate for fully effective folic acid fortification of all bread, flour, and cereals, which would prevent 80% of cases of spina bifida in the first place. Currently, the government's plan is to do something which would prevent about 20%. So it's the fully effective fortification that we're aiming for.
Indeed, this is something that we were actually discussing with SIGN, and Kate Steele from SIGN brought it up. And also with the NHS commissioners, we are highlighting in all our information leaflets how important it is to have the 5 milligrams of folic acid in the preconceptional period for at least 3 months. And we are also offering an early ultrasound scan in our department in any future pregnancies. And we have seen now, because as we saw, some of our patients had the fetal surgery 4 years ago. Some of them are now in the next pregnancy. And they're still contacting us for their early pregnancy scan. And they're telling us that they're having a high dose of folic acid. So, but absolutely, yes.
So this is a small point, but it was following on from Francois' presentation earlier. You've got an age cut-off of 18. Why is that? I mean, it may never occur in under 18s, I'm not quite sure, but it seems a bit discriminatory to do that if people are GILIC competent and are competent to make a decision to withhold effective care, particularly, I suspect, for 17-year-olds. That would seem rather discriminatory.
We are mainly following the MOMS criteria. So when the service started, we were following the MOMS criteria. We have adjusted throughout the time. For example, the cutoff for the BMI was 35. Now we're up to 40. It has happened to operate an 18-year-old in the service. We haven't received so far a 17-one. Okay, sorry, I have here. Oh, before I started. So before I started. But certainly there are discussions. And maybe if like, for example, with previous preterm birth, we have accepted to operate on somebody that had an elective C-section at 36 weeks for a multiple pregnancy. So I think we are always trying to adjust around. If the referral unit tells us that we have a 17-year-old, she's very keen for the surgery, she looks competent, I think we would still consider to see her and do an MTT and discuss about it.
Dawn. So I think we've got Dawn Paris online. Sorry. Are you able to, Dawn?
Is it ready from the IT side?
Dawn, can you hear us? We can't hear you at the moment, Dawn, but I'm sure our lovely tech team at the back will make magic happen.
Thank you.
There you are. The floor is yours.
Brilliant. Would you like me to share my slides from my end? Will do. There we go. Good afternoon. Thank
Over
you
to
very
you,
much.
Ron.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Dawn Paris, and I'm sorry that I can't be with you in person after a somewhat eventful set of nights at UCLH on Labour Ward. I'll be presenting on virtual reality and obstetrics, improving training to prevent harm, a usability study of a manual rotation simulator. A little bit of background. So assisted vaginal birth is very common in the UK. 1 in 3 women having their first baby will have an assisted birth with either forceps or Von-2s. The baby has to be in an occiput anterior position for this to safely take place. In 1 in 25 women at full cervical dilatation, the fetal head will be malpositioned with the occiput in a transverse or posterior position. Broadly speaking, there are 2 ways that obstetricians can offer intervention. Firstly, there can be a rotational vaginal birth, or secondly, a caesarean birth at full cervical dilatation. We've already had a very comprehensive talk about the risks of caesarean birth at full cervical dilatation, so I won't dwell on that. But there are increasing rates of caesarean birth at full cervical dilatation around the world. As we said, the alternate to the management of fetal malposition at full cervical dilatation is a rotational assisted vaginal birth, for which there are 3 different methods which can be chosen from. The first is manual rotation, secondly Keelan's rotational forceps, or rotational vacuum assisted birth. Manual rotation is the preferred rotational method in the UK. It is done by, as the name says, by the operator using their hand to rotate the fetal head vaginally. There is currently no way of knowing the appropriate force and the location of force that is being applied by the operator to the fetal head. It's also a difficult skill to both teach and to learn. It's a blind procedure. Many of us will learn using these current simulators, and they are very good, but of course do have limitations. They require an additional user to hold the fetal model, and secondly, for this additional user to apply a resistive force that is subjective to the fetal head. Thirdly, it is unclear about, as we said, the location and amount of force that's being applied to the fetal skull through the operator's hand. And lastly, these models are essentially a one-size-fits-all. They don't offer any variation in clinical scenarios, such as different pelvis shapes, BMIs, or the presence of contractions. With all of this in mind, in combination with 2 teams of engineers from UCL, we have developed a robotic simulator of manual rotation. You can see here that this is the model fetal skull, the size of a term fetal skull, and this is the UCL SpeedUp platform, so 3 robots with 3 robotic arms. They firstly can provide a resistive force to the rotation, and secondly, they can also record the interactions that the user has with the robots. Importantly, they're able to record the speed of the rotation of the fetal skull model, as well as the accuracy, so how close the operator can get the occiput to 0 degrees. These are some more pictures of the setup. You'll notice that the user has got a virtual reality headset, and in a couple of slides' time you'll see what the user sees through this. And here's a video of it being used. Not purposefully rotating to OP, of course. You might recognise the perpetrator in a second. Many thanks for consenting to this being used. We also, with a second team of engineers, have developed a force sensor glove. This has got force sensors applied to the tips of the 5 digits and the top part of the palm, and it's able to pick up essentially the force that's being applied through the hand to the fetal skull, as well as the amount of force that's being applied. This is a slightly older version of the glove that we have. The newer version is a little bit less bulky. And this is the full setup of the virtuality and robotic simulator with the glove. So you can see the user has the virtuality headset. Inside, underneath this surgical drape, is a mock vaginal canal, and it is a cylinder which constricts the movement of the user's hand in the same way that it would be in using manual rotation in a patient. And you can also see just underneath the surgical drape the robot, the UCL Speed Up platform just peeking out, and this of course is the force sensor glove. And this is what the user will see. We are in the process of designing a gown for her that has been commented on. But importantly, this image can be modified to reflect any operating theatre anywhere in the world. So from the operating theatre lights to the view out of the window to the floor tiles, it can be individualised to look like any operating theatre anywhere in the world. So what we did was a usability study. We had 3 aims. Firstly, to examine if a robotic and VR system can be used as a training tool for manual rotation, and to examine any desirable improvements. Secondly, to assess the location and amount of force applied through the user's hand during manual rotation, and to compare less to more experienced obstetricians, so from novice to SD5 level for the less experienced, and from SD6 to consultant level for more experienced obstetricians. And lastly, to assess the speed and accuracy of rotation. Accuracy is how close the occiput will get to 0 degrees, and likewise to compare less to more experienced obstetricians. So what we did, between November 2023 and February of this year, we invited obstetricians from varying levels, from novice to consultant, at local, regional and national courses and teaching events to take part. We collected data on the amount and location of force that was applied during manual rotation, and the participants were also able to provide feedback on the system using the NASA TLX workload score, essentially how a scoring system for how mentally challenging it is to use, and free text answers for suggestions for improvement. The results: we had 57 participants from novice to consultant level, from approximately equal split between the 5 groups from novice, ST 1 to 2, 3 to 5, 6 to 7 and consultant. We found that they were using mostly a tripod grip with their fingertips to perform manual rotation, despite most people actually wanting for the force to come through the top part of the palm. The reason for this is to try to prevent any trauma when you use fingertips, but if you use the top part of the palm, then you may get a less trauma to the fetal skull. What was fed back to us, particularly from consultant users, was that the fetal skull model was small, and so we think that a larger fetal skull model is required. These are some of the interim results of the NASA TLX workload score, essentially, as I said, how mentally challenging it is to use. The ST1 to 2 level found it most challenging at a moderate score of around 66 out of 100, but it's broadly similar levels across the different users. There was no consistent trend in the performance and accuracy between the groups, so how quickly they could rotate and how close they could get the occiput to 0 degrees. So we felt that participants were unfamiliar with the virtuality and robotic system. So we feel there's a need to standardise the training of manual rotation. However, the data from the gold standard participant showed the best performance and accuracy. This is a user who is both is skilled in manual rotation and again was familiar with the system. So from this, we believe that if a user knows the technique of manual rotation and performs manual rotation correctly, then the system can be used successfully. In summary, we have created a virtuality simulation training station of manual rotation with a force sensor glove. A larger fetal skull model is required. It is favourable with obstetricians of all levels, and we have plans to expand virtuality simulation training in obstetrics. And lastly, thank you to all involved. It was very much a collaborative process, so thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. Any questions?
Hi, Dawn. How do you accommodate for the fact that you're doing this in a very tight vagina? I mean, to be honest, it's really, really tricky having tried to do manual rotations, or at least in the pelvis. Are you going to design the virtual reality or something so you can make it even more difficult?
We so far have got one size of the cylinder, and we can make it more restrictive to again make this more challenging. And likewise with the resistive force that the robots create, we can both make it more challenging to rotate, but we can also make it so that the head can slip back, which from my own experience is what's more challenging to manage, the ones that rotate but don't stay and slip back. So yeah, we can make those modifications.
Thank you, Dawn. Brilliant presentations. We'll have to move to the next one.
Our next presenter is Nicole, who's going to be presenting on the her study.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Nicole. I'm one of the clinical research fellows working on the PROSPECT study, and today I'm going to be... Oh. Hello? Okay, I think that's better. So I'm going to be talking to you today about leveraging deep learning for placental monitoring. So first of all, I'm extremely lucky to be part of a really large team spanning many different specialities, so neonatology, obstetrics, engineering, computer sciences. We've got our team at Great Ormond Street, and we've also got a team in India. And actually, many of my colleagues are in the room today, so that's lovely to see you guys here. So first of all, I'm just going to talk to you about the main technology that we're trying to use, which is near-infrared spectroscopy, also known as NIRS. So with the placental monitoring study, we're developing a NIRS device to monitor placental function by measuring placental oxygenation and metabolism. NIRS relies on the principle that... Sorry, I'm trying to scroll down my notes. NIRS relies on the principle that different molecules in our body absorb, transmit or scatter light in different ways. And essentially the way that this works is it's able to pick up water and hemoglobin, and the different forms of hemoglobin that it can pick up is oxyhemoglobin and deoxyhemoglobin, and therefore you can then start to deduce clinically relevant variables such as your tissue saturation. And it can now, because of the advances in NIRS technology, also pick up the oxidative state of cytochrome C oxidase, which means that not only can you use this technology to pick up oxygenation status, but also metabolic markers. And the main benefits of this technology are that it is non-invasive. So our study was done in 2 phases. So the first phase of this study was the pilot study, which was using a low-risk cohort here at UCLH. We were actually really lucky we over-recruited into this study, and that is mainly due to the work of Sarah and Olivia, our fantastic research midwives. And overall, we had 177 patients. We aimed for 100, so we did really well. And we have actually got the first part of our data analysis for this part of the study, but we are currently under an embargo by UCLB. So today, we're just going to be talking about the engineering principles of this study. And basically what we did for this part of the study, so we conducted a growth ultrasound scan, and then we used the Clarius handheld ultrasound machine to find where the placenta was and to take tissue depth measurements. We then had a CTG that you can see there, and we, alongside our engineering colleagues, managed to find a way to actually pull out the numerical data from that CTG into the computer. And then there you can see is Maestro's. So that is a time domain NIRS device which was UCL built. And it is the most advanced form of NIRS technology in that it has the greatest depth penetration, but also gives us the most information. Although it looks very large there, actually the probe that sits on the maternal abdomen is about 4 centimeters and extremely light. And you can also see there that we've got a black cloth over the patient, and that's really just to block out any ambient light. So on this screen, you can see one of the images that we took with the Clarius ultrasound machine of an anterior placenta. We've also used that device, which I actually use on a tablet or a smartphone, so it's great. And we can then take those depth measurements, and actually those depth measurements feed straight into the UCL algorithm that we have. So it's an extremely specific algorithm for every patient, where we feed in the specific measurements of the depth measurements, but also the maternal skin tone as well, because these are things that will affect the measurements. We also just kind of wanted to show you this image that you can see here, which is from a study done at the University of Pennsylvania, where they actually developed a near-infrared spectroscopy probe that also utilizes ultrasound in the same probe. Now, it's important to say that they are using a less advanced form of NIRS technology, which only has a depth penetration of about 3 centimeters. We are unable to do that because we're using an extremely advanced form of NIRS to be able to pick up the placental oxygenation. But I'm going to show you in a second how we're trying to mitigate needing an ultrasound machine. So we conducted over 300 ultrasound scans in our pilot study. You can see here figure A is looking at the muscle depth measurement. So that's both the rectus and the myometrium. And we can see quite predictably that as gestation advances, we have a thinning out of that muscle layer, mainly due to the fact that the myometrium is beginning to thin out. Studies have also shown that patients with an anterior placenta actually have a higher degree of thinning out of that anterior myometrium, and 2/3 of our placentas were anterior, so that's kind of in line with that. We found that the placental thickness did not really change with advancing gestation. And we found that the depth to reach the placenta, of course, because the muscle layers are beginning to thin out, did decrease with advancing gestation as well. And it's really important to note that it's important to take these measurements because actually the way that the light propagates through the tissues is going to be different due to the fat and water concentration in these different tissues. So this brings me on to the piece of work that was done by us and the engineering team at UCL. So what they have done is basically use the ultrasound measurements that we've given them alongside the NIRS data that we collected to build a machine learning model that's able to predict placental depth based on the NIRS measurements. And essentially what they're trying to do is to eliminate the need for the ultrasound image. And the reason that that's important is if you're going to have a fully wearable patient-operated device that someone can take home, you need a way to make sure that they're actually measuring the placenta and not just measuring a random part on the abdomen that doesn't contain any placenta. So this is a really major advancement, and they used 108 cases to kind of get the ground truth for the machine learning model, and they found that it actually managed to predict 100% of the placental depths in their 20 test cases, and so it did actually perform really well. So as I said, why is this important? So placentas can be in various locations at a range of depths, not only because of their location, but also because of the maternal habitus as well. A third of our placentas were posterior in this study, so actually being able to accurately know where you're measuring is going to be a really important part of building a fully wearable device. And as we said, we're aiming eventually that this will be a completely patient-operated device. And so obviously a patient will not have access to ultrasound at home. And we spoke before about the fact that the deep learning model has actually performed really well. This is just to give an overview of how things have changed quite rapidly in the phase of our study. So I explained that we have completed the pilot study. We are currently in our main part of the study, which is being done both at UCLH and also in New Delhi at AIMS, which is also a tertiary center. And another big change in this part of the study is that we are focusing on growth-restricted patients or patients with risk factors for growth restriction, but we are also using a miniaturized version. So you can see the very first image there is our Maestro's device, which is obviously not a wearable device and not very portable, as we can attest since you've probably seen me and the team lugging this around the hospital with great difficulty. We can then see the second image is the first prototype of fetal scent M, which was developed also in-house by our engineers. So it's a partially wearable model in that it's wearable on the patient, but it still requires the use of a laptop. And so we've been doing that in the hospital, but we are also now partnered up with a third-party company, IDE, who are helping us to build the next versions of the prototypes, which we are aiming should be fully wearable without a laptop. And so being able to utilize that information of where the placenta is without an ultrasound is going to be extremely important. And you should hopefully see this coming into our trial, hopefully within the next couple of months. So the current and future direction, so as I said, we're collaborating with a third-party company. They're going to help us to build the next version of this prototype. They're also helping us with the extremely challenging task of getting all of our regulatory paperwork ready, and also helping us to build the first batch of prototypes. We also have a sister study in New Delhi, which is also over-recruiting and doing really, really well. And that'll be really interesting to see the results from there as well. We were very lucky to go twice this year and hoping to go back later next year as well. We are hoping to complete the high-risk part of our study here at UCLH. We have also got a collaboration ongoing with the GIFT Surge MRI study. So we're hoping to look at how the placental oxygenation values from MRI compare with near-infrared. And we are also going to be correlating this with placental histopathology. So we've got a really great team of histopathology staff at Great Ormond Street as well. Thank you.
We've got time for one quick question, if anyone has one. In that case, because we're running short on time,
Excellent.
I'll say thank you very much.
We'll move to our next presentations. That's actually the last presentation of the session. So Ray is going to talk about the neuroprotection work that he's involved in the preclinical model.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to present our work in the Neonatal Neuroprotection Research Group. This work really aligns with what we've heard today about the Institute's interest in improving outcomes for babies in the low-resource setting. So neonatal encephalopathy is a leading cause of newborn mortality and morbidity, but the global burden of disease is greatest in the low-resource setting, where more than 85% of all cases occur. We know that in the high-resource setting, therapeutic hypothermia is standard of care, it's effective. However, the evidence in the low-resource setting is becoming increasingly unclear, and therefore alternative therapies are urgently needed for this setting. So with this in mind, the neonatal neuroprotection preclinical pipeline has been set up, and this was funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and it was an international collaboration with a coordinated effort to identify the most promising therapies to take to clinical trials in the low-resource setting. And this international collaboration is a multitude of laboratories across the world, including an organoid model at Stanford, a rodent model in Bonn, the sheep model at UCSF, and our own model, the piglet model at UCL, which is led by Professor Nikki Robertson. So following a deep dive literature review, a consensus was reached to identify the most promising therapies to take through this pipeline. And following screening from the small animal models, we're able to help design the safety and efficacy testing in a large animal model. And this publication was from the screening in a small animal model. So focusing on the piglet model, so we aim to rank the efficacy of the most promising therapies that we've tested through our model using our 3 outcome measures, the MR spectroscopy, the EEG, and the histology, which I'll describe a little bit later. With our model, we used an inflammation-amplified hypoxia ischemia model. Now, this is a uniquely adapted model that's relevant to the low-resource setting because it accounts for the contribution of infection and inflammation that has been observed in the low-resource setting. This model is associated with more severe brain injury, particularly in the white matter and in the cortical regions. And also, like the low-resource setting, this model's cooling is not protective in this model. So briefly, we assessed 6 therapies. There were 2 arms of melatonin, one that contained cyclodextrin and one that contained ethanol. We also assessed azithromycin and 2 doses of caffeine and omegavan. So taking you through the protocol, a lot of you would be very much aware of our model already, but following surgical preparation, our piglets are information sensitized, so they receive an LPS bolus followed by a 12-hour infusion. And then 4 hours into the infusion, they undergo a controlled hypoxic ischemic insult. And that was performed by reducing the inspired oxygen on the ventilator to 6%, as well as inflation of bilateral carotid artery occlusions. And then subsequently, at 1 hour, our piglets are randomized to either receive saline or the treatment arm. And these were all intravenous medications and given at regular intervals throughout the duration of the experiments. Now, our outcome measures that we assessed include continuous AEEG, which is recorded throughout the duration of our studies. Our piglets are transferred to a 3T MRI scanner at 62 hours to measure the MR spectroscopy. And then at 65 hours, our piglets are euthanized, the brain dissected for immunohistochemistry. So this was a large preclinical trial. It was run over 4 phases, over 2 years, and there were finally 80 animals that were included in the final analysis. We used an adaptive trial design, which meant that we could perform an interim analysis at the midpoint of each of these treatments that we assessed. And then we used a Bayesian approach to deduce a probability of treatment superiority. So at interim, if we found that the probability was 50% or less, this meant that this treatment arm was futile, and we would terminate this arm early. And then finally, we also used the probability of treatment superiority to rank these therapies according to our 3 outcome measures. So overall, looking at our study, there were 4 treatment arms that were terminated early. The first one was melatonin that was dissolved in cyclodextran. This was terminated early due to renal toxicity concerns related to the cyclodextran, which meant that this would not be acceptable for clinical translation. We also had 2 caffeine arms and the omegavan. These were terminated early due to futility, which left us with 2 treatment arms, the azithromycin and the melatonin that's dissolved in ethanol that were taken to full sample size. So looking at our results, so lactate to NAA ratio is an important outcome measure in our piglet studies because we know that in a clinical setting, a reduction in lactate to NAA correlates very closely with good outcomes for babies with neonatal encephalopathy. Now, in our piglets, we look at 2 regions of the brain, the white matter, which is highlighted in blue, as well as the basal ganglion thalamic voxel, which is highlighted in green. And here is an example of how we run our analysis, where we're comparing the distribution of the lactate to NAA ratio in control, which is shown in red on the left-hand side, compared to the treatment arm, which is shown in orange. And then following Bayesian analysis, you could see in the blue graph there the probability of treatment superiority, which was ultimately 98.8% for this treatment. But looking at the rankings, firstly in the basal ganglion thalamic voxel, we saw that there was compelling evidence and strong protection with melatonin ethanol, which is the top ranked therapy, with a probability of 98% in improving outcomes of the lactate NAA. Azithromycin was also promising at 82%, but we saw consistently that the 2 caffeine arms and omegavan met the futility threshold. And we saw a similar picture with the white matter voxel. The 2 melatonin arms were very promising, 90% probability in reducing the lactate to NAA ratio, but the 2 caffeine arms and omegavan were at or just below the treatment futility threshold. EEG is an important marker as well. We know that in a clinical setting, the recovery of the EEG correlates closely with outcomes for babies. And in our piglet model, we used the same analysis on a scale of 0, which is a flat trace, grossly abnormal, to 4, which is a continuous normal trace. And for this analysis, we compared the slope of the EEG recovery between control shown in red versus treatment shown in orange, and then the probability deduced. So looking at the ranking of our therapies, EEG, azithromycin was the top-ranked therapy, 98.6% in improving the EEG activity. Melatonin dissolved in ethanol, 86.1%, but again, quite consistently, the caffeine arms met the futility threshold here. And then finally, we looked at cell death on immunohistochemistry. So tunnel is a marker of cell death, and for this analysis, we looked at the overall tunnel over 8 regions of the brain. And the melatonin arms, again, showed the greatest promise in reducing cell death. That's between 88 to 93.8%, versus the 2 caffeine arms and omegavan, which reach futility. There's a lot of data there, but this table really summarizes the findings. We've got to remember that this is an inflammation-amplified hypoxia ischemia model, where we know that cooling isn't effective. And despite this, we've shown that melatonin dissolved in ethanol was the top-ranked therapy. Azithromycin also showed promise, whereas consistently the 2 caffeine arms and omegavan met futility threshold. We combined melatonin and zithromycin in the next study that we're doing, but also this was the first time we used an adaptive trial design in preclinical studies, and actually we showed that it was feasible, it was efficient, and we were able to reduce the amount of animals that we've used. Thank you very much for listening. I'd like to thank Professor Robertson, the rest of our team, and our funders. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Questions?
I just want to know what the theory behind these pharmaceuticals are. Is it to slow down the metabolic rates of the cells in the brain? Is that why you are using melatonin and what sounds like an antibiotic?
Sure. I will refer back. Sorry, we were short on time and I couldn't divulge in detail about how all these therapies work. But let me get you the slide. Melatonin is one that we've been really interested in the lab for a long time, actually. A key mechanism of action is that it's a free radical scavenger, so it mops up all the free radicals that's being produced. It's also anti-apoptotic, anti-inflammatory. Azithromycin works differently. I know it's an antibiotic, but it also has immunomodulatory properties. So the key theory is it drives the microglia, which are the resident inflammation cells in the brain, from a pro-inflammatory to an anti-inflammatory phenotype. The rest of the agents actually are less clear. Caffeine, we know we use in neonates all the time. It's an adenosine receptor agonist, but it's been shown in some studies to have anti-apoptotic, anti-inflammatory mechanisms. And then omega-van, it's a lipid emulsion rich in omega-3, and there's evidence to show that it stabilizes the mitochondria, reduces excitotoxicity, and reduces apoptosis.
That.
Sure.
What about coenzyme Q10? Because that has a similar effect to some of the cells. And I was just wondering, have you looked at that?
We haven't in our model, because our model has been focused on the literature search that was performed. It was a pipeline looking at a huge range of different therapies, and within it was the screening of the small animal studies, and this helped us design and decide which to test. I mean, we had a certain amount of funding and timing to do the study, so this is why we've selected those particular therapies to assess. But melatonin is one that we're very interested in, because actually it's not just a free radical scavenger, it's got other properties together, which is the one that we're driving through to a phase 1 trial in babies across UK, Ireland and Australia in the next couple of years.
Thank you. I could probably go on, so I'll hand this back. Thank you.
I have one question myself, actually.
Sure.
Having, in a former life, studied sepsis and pregnancy using a cecal ligation puncture model, I wondered how translational do you think LPS is into the real world? Because it's a very specific type of infection you create. I know it's a commonly used model, but how translatable is this? And are you planning on using different type of infection models as well?
I think it's a really good question you're asking, actually. Infection and inflammation has been observed in Uganda as a key contributor to infection and inflammation. I think, one of the things that I always say about preclinical models is, all models, so you've sort of, some models, can be wrong, but, it's how you use them and what's best and what's available at the time. So what we do say that all the things we say here, i.e. we see more severe brain injury in these piglet models, particularly in white matter and in the cortical regions. This mimics what we see in the low resource setting. I think importantly, this is the only model at the moment which shows that calling is not protective. So actually it's the ideal model that we've got at the moment. There are some arguments that you could also develop a chronic hypoxia model as well, but the issue is that the variability in the injury in these models are extremely difficult and wide-ranging, which means that you'll need large sample size, which would be difficult to fund.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, and I think that concludes the session. Oh, you want one quick one?
One last question.
Can I ask, at what gestational age in the peak pregnancy did you induce labor and labor? Did you deliver
this
the
is
piglets?
newborns. These are newborn
so
piglets.
term pregnancy.
Yeah, term pregnancy, and we know that the development of the piglet brain at this stage is closest to a term baby, which is what we're trying to model.
Okay.
Thank you, Ray.
So we're going to move. Thank you very much for those excellent presentations. I hope that the session next door is also winding up, because we are going to move on to our next session, which is Women Wellness in 2024. And I believe Jenny Hall is going to be chairing, but she may be moving through from the other side. While we're waiting for that, we will have a group photo taken immediately after the end of these next two sessions. So we've got a medical student prize talk just before lunch. The photo will be taken in here, so if everybody could stay put, and then we'll have others coming in, and we'll try and take a photo of as many people as we possibly can. Any other messages? Oh, don't forget, at lunch, there is an interactive education a session about virtual reality. So if you've ever wanted to try a VR headset, I'm not quite sure what they're actually showing, but if you ever want to try a VR headset, then Mark Christiansen is going to be showing that in the Benjamin Lay room, so that's next door during lunch and the poster viewing session. Ollie, have they finished next door?
Okay. Hi, everyone. We're going to get started. I'm just going to start. So I'm Professor Jennifer Hall, and it's my pleasure to be chairing this session where we're going to be hearing from two experts on different mechanisms related to aspects of women's health. So first of all, it's my pleasure to introduce Professor Jonathan Grigg of Queen Mary University of London. He's a leading UK paediatrician in the effects of air pollution. His research has identified the mechanisms whereby inhalation of particles increases vulnerability to bacterial infection, and these studies have informed the public on the risks of air pollution and influenced national policy. Today, he's going to be talking to us about where pollutant particles go in the fetus and child and the effects that they have. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. So many people, it's incredible. I've got about 9 minutes to convince you that breathing particles is not a good thing, and we need to reduce our exposure to these combustion-derived particles. So if it was like this, if pollution was like this, we would have done something about this sort of decades ago. But of course, it's invisible. We don't smell or taste it. But the evidence that, especially the particle part of the pollutants from fossil fuel combustion, at least in urban areas, is driving health effects is overwhelming. So this is what we are breathing in, especially if you walk outside here. This is the traditional idea that these particles have a carbon core onto which all sort of nasty toxins are absorbed. And those toxins can generate, we heard, free radicals and oxidative stress in the lung and cause disease. Now, the metric that we use is PM10. That's particle mass or particulate matter less than 10 microns in aerodynamic diameter. So this is the sort of size of particles that are more likely to get down into the lower airway and cause problems. In fact, when we've collected particles, this is just outside here. This is our reference street. It's one of the most polluted streets in northern Europe. Lots of diesel cars, at least then. So we were collecting stuff. This is PM10 when you collect. This is black material, and that's well, you know that because if you blow your nose, if you walk around, you can see that coming through. But actually, when you image the particles we collect, they're not nice little spheres. They look very nasty, little jaggedy things. We think the jaggedness is actually a major driver of some of the effects that we see. More surface area, more capacity to penetrate cells. Okay, so we can actually see exposure to black particles using this bit of kit on the top. This is an atherometer. It's quite an expensive bit of kit. It's about £6,000 or £7,000. We've given these to children. They've been lost once or twice, unfortunately. But this is the report that we did using kids for UNICEF UK, which showed that, not surprisingly, the going to and from school had a disproportionate sort of effect on one's exposure to black carbon. And the output is a bit like this. So this is a child. It starts at school. There's a break when they're playing near a main road in the playground. They go back home. A big spike there. There's a spike for breakfast. I don't know what happened there. Maybe the toast was burnt, and then a journey back to school. But it does emphasize that it's not just outdoor particles that we should be concerned about. Indoor generated particles are coming back into the frame over the last few years. Now, I'm not going to give you hundreds of reviews of the health effects of particular exposure of mothers and perinatal and postnatal exposure. I would refer you to this nice review in British Journal BJOG. The fact that literature is sort of very heterogeneous, quite good studies, some pretty dreadful studies as well. But this one is, they emphasized a lot. It's a meta-analysis of exposure to PM 2.5. This is a slightly smaller metric. It's about the same in terms of exposure profile. And this is the sort of thing, this particular meta-analysis showed effects on lower birth weight in terms of grams, and then a higher risk in terms of percentage on low birth weight. So low birth weight at term certainly associated with exposure during pregnancy, and also a risk of preterm birth. And their conclusions for stillbirth was that it's still really limited. We don't really know. But overall, the associations were convincing and robust for those outcomes. So, yeah, the epidemiological studies do show quite convincing evidence that exposure of women to particulate pollution is associated with adverse outcomes. In terms of children, postnatal exposure, this is just a study that we did many years ago in Leicester in kids who were, as a cohort of children, followed up for several years. This is a birth cohort. We overlaid that with a modeled exposure to particulate pollution. It's either that's Leicester there, mainly it's the proximity of the home to the main road is the major driver of exposure in this city. And what we found for new onset symptoms, cough without a cold, which is bronchitis, increased the risk of bronchitis. But if you look at the lower the wheeze, the development of preschool wheeze was associated with increased risk per microgram of locally generated particulate matter, less than 10 microns. In terms of prenatal exposure, quite difficult to sort of separate prenatal from postnatal exposure. This paper did do this and found that exposure during the entire pregnancy for various metrics of sizes of particulate matter, inhalable particulate matter, was associated, if you look at that hazard ratio, with increased risk. Some evidence that perhaps the very smallest fraction of particles are actually driving these effects, but we don't really know which fraction it is, and at the moment we assume that all particles are equal, and under 10 microns all components are roughly equal. In terms of lung function, that's a big risk. Of course, if you have lower lung function, the growth of lung function as the lungs grow, lung function grows. Our study in East London, where actually exposure of children is broadly quite high, but small differences of exposure, there were small differences in modelled exposure, and we found that there was associated with, for example, a reduction in forced vital capacity in this cross-sectional study. So the idea for lung function is that you're on a trajectory. If you get this adverse exposure, your lung function growth is suppressed. That means that you're obviously going to have less reserve. You have less achieving of your maximal lung function, and then your lung function declines, so you'll be more risk throughout your life course. Now, what about the sort of prenatal lung function? Well, we can't measure that very easily. So that's been a bit of a black box, but just this month or so, a group in Switzerland were looked at over 2,000 children who they could measure lung function and actually could estimate the exposure of their mothers at the time when they were pregnant. And they found, if you look at here, exposures in the first, second, third trimester, all associated with reduction in various measures of lung function as well as the overall pregnancy. So I think these data are going to be, we're going to see more and more of these data. But this idea that, this exposure, setting ourselves on trajectories for adverse outcomes is actually becoming more and more convincing. And just to say that we published, if you want interest in the review, we published this review now in 2016 with the Royal College of Physicians, and this was sort of infographics of the effects on the fetus, and the effects on the child, and the older child as well. So I'm really interested, I'm not an epidemiologist, I'm more interested in mechanisms, and I think mechanistic insights are really important to sort of give the biological plausibility. So how can things getting into the lung cause problems distant from the lung? I think that's really a very important question. The current idea is that particles cause oxidative stress in the airway, the alveoli, and that causes release of mediators, and these mediators somehow sort of get into the circulation and cause their problems. But one other pathway is this pathway where particles are directly moving across into the bloodstream. That hasn't been really looked at in very much detail until recently. We know that particles get into the airway. This boy is doing induced sputum. We can see macrophages from the airway full of carbon. We've looked at that with EM, and they're fossil fuel-derived particles. And where we've used image analysis, we see in normal children high levels of carbon in their macrophages at the lower their lung function. So it sort of fits in with the story of suppression of lung function growth. So the question is, do inhaled particles reach the placenta? Well, we extracted macrophages because we like macrophages, and they're phagocytic cells. So if anything is hitting the placenta, those cells will accumulate material, and if it's carbon, it will stick around for a long time. So yeah, the answer is that yes, they do reach the placenta. This is a placental macrophage with a little blob of carbon in it. How do we know that this is fossil fuel-derived carbon? well, it has nanoparticulate characteristics, very characteristic of what we see in airway macrophages, and by using spectroscopy, EDX, electron dispersion, X-ray spectroscopy, we find that these are indeed fossil fuel-derived particles. So particles for sure do get into the placenta. If you feed these macrophages carbon, they love it. They sort of chew it up. Here we can see this sort of macrophage full, in vitro, that is. And yeah, you can extract placental macrophages from stored placental tissue. In this case, Norris Liu, who was my PhD, went to Hong Kong and extracted these macrophages and could look at the amount of carbon in terms of area of carbon in a certain number of macrophages. They're actually broadly similar between Hong Kong and London. Another group in Leuven has used a different technique for looking at particles. They shine femtosecond laser light on tissue, and bits of black material shine as white. So they count the number of white spots. And here they've looked at, as part of the EnVIRAGE study, that looked at modeled exposure of women to particulate pollution and number of white spots in their placenta, and see an association. So women who are living in areas of higher pollution have higher levels of white, presumably black carbon in their placentas. And they've gone on to do some work looking at a variety of difference in expression of a variety of proteins, many of which I don't understand, but there we are, there's the list for you. So this is going to develop, because this was just recently published, I think this month or so. And they've exposed animals to actual inhaled particles, diesel particles, and shown using the same techniques that those particles do indeed reach the placenta. So I think that's pretty convincing. One thing that we don't know is how, well, we haven't known to date, is how do particles in the lung get to the placenta? Well, obviously getting it through the circulation, but how are they transported? And there's a lot of interest in using that red cells are adhering particles to red cells, especially therapeutic particles, is one way of delivering particles to various bits of the organs around the body. So there's a study quite a long time ago where animals were exposed to particles that instilled into their airway, and what they reported was they could see particles actually attached to red cells and in the capillaries in the lung. So we thought, well, we should have a look to see in red cells, can we see any evidence of particles? And it's not been reported. I would think they would have reported if they'd seen it, but no. So probably negative. However, when we had a look at, okay, I think this is frozen. Okay. There we are. You're not going to see that, I'm sorry. Okay. I don't know. So, maybe this. Okay. There we are. So it just escaped. Okay, well, I'll
you carry on talking.
Okay, yeah. So the answer to this is that we could see on red cells, you had to hunt for it, you could see little black spots of what looked like to be carbon. We've just this week, I'll show you, if I can show you the data. There we are. So this is what, I showed this to my hematology colleague, my professor of hematology. Said, what about this? Haven't you seen this before? He said, I don't know what that is. I guess it's so infrequent, they're not really being noticed, but they're there. This is a bit unusual because you don't usually see so many spots. But these little black spots attached to red cells. So that was encouraging. Well, I mean, it's worrying, but it was encouraging for us. So what we did is we spent 4 hours in the Blizzard building, which is nice and clean, or we hang around on Whitechapel's High Street, which is a problem, hanging around Whitechapel's High Street, I must say, because you look suspicious if you do that, so I'm afraid. Anyway, we did that. So with the atherometer, it's a nice exposure, high levels of exposure to black carbon during that 1 hour. And then, yeah, so the number of black spots or the area of black spots per 3,000 red cells increased significantly after that 1 hour exposure and didn't actually go down very much after a 1 hour sitting around that. So that's really, really interesting. So this is natural exposure, and then you have more of these particles going around your body. So, yeah, is it toxic blood? I don't know. I won't say that, but, you know. And this is one, this is Norris. She just pricked her fingers. You can do it on a blood smear, so you can do it. And then, so this is her after 1 hour, and you can see it's, I mean, the half-life is pretty quick. So these particles are disappearing somewhere, and I suspect that they're being transferred onto endothelial cells and then going across into various organs. And also, I mean, we can test quite a lot about that, and this is unpublished stuff, so, you know, it's just interesting. If we stood for an hour without a mask or with an FFP2 mask on the road, the same place. So the exposure profile was broadly similar, and with the mask, the number of spots that you could see in the blood was significantly reduced. So it might give us insights about actually sort of evidence-based insights about what we could do to potentially reduce exposure. What happens if you stand 100 meters away from the road, for example? Do you get that same effect? Anyhow. So just finally, infection. You mentioned about infection. I don't know, but I'm not a placental person, but I guess infection is important, I suppose. But particles certainly do increase the susceptibility to infection. This is it's an example that, for example, the SARS-CoV-2 uses the ACE2 receptor to infect cells. This is airway cells. We've shown that with airway cells exposed to particles, this is marrowbone high street particles, they got a dose response increase in infection with SARS-CoV-2, and that was driven by increase in ACE2 expression. Oh yeah, this is Baker Street Underground. So actually you get milligram concentrations. This is not fossil fuel derived particles. This is from brakes, iron, and a bit of graphite. So it's a very different compound. Question is this equally toxic? We don't know. We don't know if it's equally toxic. We know when we put them into an animal model. This is an animal on pneumococcal, the top pneumococcal infection. The top line is the animal's exposed to an intralenasally inoculated with pneumococcus. That is fine. So it's a sort of a colonization model. But if you pre-expose them to Jubilee or Bakerloo line PM10, it transforms it into a sort of a fatal model. So yeah. So the answer, and that's due to actually increasing in the receptor the pneumococcus uses to infect cells. That's the PAF-R receptor. It just happens to use that to co-ops it. Okay, so that's a quick flip through that. I hope I've worried you that particles are not good. We need to have a sort of a strategy for discussing that, especially with women who, you know, pregnant women. What do we say? We still very difficult to give any specific advice to mitigate one's own exposure. So, yeah, definitely the adverse effects of particles, placenta and fetus. Big question: are all particles equal biomass particles, rail particles? What about nanoplastics? You know, this is a whole big other thing. I have no idea, but I guess they must get through into the bloodstream. And what are the effects? This is what we're doing with Tommy's center is culturing macrophages with particles and looking at the pro-inflammatory effects of those. We need to have a way of discussing this in a sort of evidence-based way. Clinicians can talk to, and health professionals can talk to their patients. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We're going to do the next talk and then have some questions at the end, if that's okay. But that was fascinating and terrifying in equal measure, and I'm feeling quite relieved I live in South London. Not in any of those sites, no. Not so far, he hasn't found any. Didn't report any South London sites. See? So our next speaker is Mr. Dimitrios Mavrolos, and he's a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist and subspecialist in reproductive medicine and surgery. And as well as his clinical work, he's an honorary senior lecturer at UCL and has published on the diagnosis and management of endometriosis, early pregnancy complications, and the impact of gynecological disorders on fertility. Today, he's going to be talking to us about the possible role of the mTOR pathway in ovarian and endometrial regulation. So thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Okay, well, thank you. I get the last talk before lunch, so bear with me. It will be hopefully relatively brief. And the full disclosure, this is way, way, way outside my comfort zone. But I thought, you know, sometimes you have to go out there and inform yourself about something you don't know that much about to be able to push things forward. So I wanted to talk about the role of the mTOR pathway in the human ovary. And my other disclosure is that I work in reproductive medicine in IVF/fertility, and I spend a lot of my time frustrated, scratching my head, trying to help people to have their babies. And the reason that I'm frustrated is that if you think about it, when you're doing ovarian stimulation for a woman and you're harvesting her eggs to make embryos, the next lot of follicles is already in that ovary, right? So you can harvest, you can stimulate the antral follicles that are available to you in that cycle, but the next lot of antral follicles are already in the ovary and are primordial. They just haven't emerged from that underlying pool to be available to you, which means that the woman has to go through another cycle and so on. And the number of eggs you have available is a key determinant on the chance of success, because in my world, the currency is embryos. The more embryos, each embryo transfer you have, depending on your age, you'll have a chance of success, and so on. So if you can get all the eggs in one go, then you're onto a winner. Okay, on to mTOR. So science is an incredible thing. The mTOR is named is the mechanistic target of rapamycin. Rapamycin was identified as an antifungal agent by Canadian scientists on Rapa Nui Island, kid you not, in soil samples, and then they figured out from that that it could be used as an antifungal and then used as an immunosuppressant. The more I read about it, the more I'm fascinated by it, because it seems to be ubiquitous in all human cells and conserved throughout evolutionary pathways, and it's got two complexes. There is one that mTOR complex 1, and its role seems to be to amalgamate signals from a variety of growth factors, nutrients, to enhance cellular proliferation and sense essentially whether there's adequate energy to grow or to pause growth. And then there's the mTOR complex 2, which regulates proliferation and survival. And when the mTOR is activated, it is demonstrated to enhance gene transcription, translation, control cellular growth, and autophagy and apoptosis. So here is the obligatory diagram. You see the inputs at the top. mTOR is intracellular, and then it senses all of these things at the level of the cell wall, those that get translated into the into the cytoplasm, and from there there's a whole number of effector pathways that come afterwards. I won't pretend that I can be educated and talk about this in detail, but this is what is going on. And so it's already been elucidated that it does have a number of roles in ovarian function. So it helps it regulates the emergence of antral follicles from the primordial pool. It also, when that antral follicle is now maturing to go through meiosis II and become available for fertilization, regulates and helps that transition to happen, and also has other roles in post-fertilized oocyte and the endometrium. But I'm not going to touch on those because it would be too much. So here is the current model of follicular development. As I said, a whole bunch of primordial follicles graduate to become available to FSH stimulation. One is the champion and ovulates, the rest die off, and so on and so on. As I said, the mTOR has a role in the primordial to antral transition and coordinates nutrient availability. And already, if you have worked in ovarian physiology, you'll start having some alarm bells ringing in your head, because we know that when women undergo periods of increased calorie expenditure because they are dieting or exercising and so on, the cycle stops. So there potentially is a role of mTOR in that pausing that transition from primordial to antral follicle. We also know that women have polycystic ovaries, and when you have a polycystic ovary, what is it? It's a whole bunch of antral follicles that have essentially emerged from the primordial pool but haven't continued their journey onto becoming ovulatory and so on. And of course, all of that is metabolically mediated. There's also situations which we see in the IVF lab where you have eggs and follicles that have appeared but do not go through that meiosis II, and you get a whole bunch of immature follicles, and that could be a role for the mTOR. And so far, the role of mTOR has been demonstrated in mouse models. In knockout mouse models, if you knock out the mTOR1, you get a suspension of the graduation of the follicles to become antral. If you overactivate the mTOR, you get premature ovarian aging and you get no follicles. This is to illustrate the role of mTOR in oocyte maturation, and this is basically fluorescent studies where mTOR is bound to a follicle, to an egg that's going through its transition. And you see that in the beginning, in interphase, mTOR is localized all around the cytoplasm, but then when the egg goes through prophase, metaphase, anaphase, and so on, mTOR starts becoming localized onto the spindle and onto the chromosome. So clearly, it has a role in promoting that transition. And again, in knockout mice, it has been shown that if the mTOR is not functioning, oocyte maturation doesn't happen. So we talked about rapamycin. mTOR is the target of rapamycin, which is used as tacrolimus and everolimus and so on as an immunosuppressant. Incredibly, if you give rapamycin, thereby inhibiting the transition of primordial follicles to antral follicles to mice, you get a higher number of primordial follicles and you extend ovarian lifespan. This research group in Holland has shown that during human aging, the mTOR pathway seems to become activated. So the older the woman is, perhaps to allow that depleted pool of primordial follicles to emerge, the mTOR seems to be more active. And of course, chemotherapy, gonadotoxicity, is mediated by activation of the primordial pool. So what happens is, if you give someone cyclophosphamide for their cancer, what happens is that the existing antral follicles become killed off, and then because that happens, mTOR is activated, and more antral follicles emerge, and so on, and so on, and so on, until that pool is exhausted. Similarly, in women with BRCA mutations, where we know that they have a higher risk of premature ovarian insufficiency, there seems to be a similar effect, where antral follicles become depleted and get replenished faster than what would happen naturally, and therefore they get to menopause quicker. And here is that point illustrated. So on the right-hand side of the screen is normal, so the mTOR pathway is activated to a degree always to allow those follicles to emerge. But then when there's insults, such as an alkylating agent, aging, or ovarian tissue cryopreservation, that mechanical effect, activation of the mTOR pathway leads to rapid loss of primordial follicles and, in some cases, menopause. You may not be familiar, but when you do fertility preservation for someone and remove part of their ovary, and you freeze it, and then they come back to have their ovary replaced, a big proportion of the primordial follicles in that ovary is lost immediately because of the effect, the mechanical effect of putting it back. So you get that great depletion, which hinders, of course, your options. Okay, so why am I telling you all this? So here we are. So this is all mouse data. And you see that in people, in these mice, where they were exposed in cisplatin on the right, or this is cyclophosphamide on the left, in mice that you had pre-treated them with an mTOR inhibitor, you prevented that depletion of the primordial follicle pool. Why? Because primordial follicles are not affected by the chemotherapy. It's just a depletion of the antral follicles that are affected by the chemotherapy that then drives that continuous replenishment and leads to loss of ovarian function. So there is a question, could you use mTOR inhibition as a chemoprotectant? This is this year, actually November, published, and it shows that this field is becoming more and more interesting for people, because in the last 6-7 years, there's a whole bunch of papers that are looking at this kind of approach. And interestingly, again, mind-blowingly, we know that calorie restriction extends lifespan. And it could be that calorie restriction has its effect partly through the mTOR pathway, because, of course, it senses nutrients, and if there's no nutrients around, it shuts down. And these American colleagues are already doing a randomized controlled trial of rapamycin to affect ovarian aging. It's been going for a year at Columbia University. So remember, I told you in the beginning, I'm super frustrated because all the follicles that I want to get from the woman are already in that ovary. I just don't know how to make them appear. So there's two ways you could look at this. One is, let's extend ovarian lifespan by reducing the follicles appearing and becoming antral, or let's accelerate momentarily the number of follicles that appear from the ovary so we can collect them in one go and not have to put someone through 5, 6, 7, 10 cycles of IVF to get the same number of eggs. And again, incredibly, people have already shown this. So this is a paper from Japan 11 years ago, and what they did was in women who had no cycle for 7 years, premature ovarian insufficiency, they collected their ovarian tissue, they pre-treated it with mTOR activators and then transplanted it back into the fallopian tube. And then collected follicles from that tissue and did IVF with it. And yes, they had 27 patients and only one had a baby. But you know, when Bob Edwards started with IVF, the success rate per egg collection was 0.00 something. So the concept is already there. And this is, in human ovarian tissue, what happens if you remove it and pre-treat it with mTOR activators. You see that in controls, the white one, there is not that many secondary, primary, secondary, and so on follicles. But in those that are pre-treated with mTOR activators, you get more secondary follicles. Very exciting for me. So in conclusion, mTOR seems to be integral to ovarian folliculogenesis. Dysregulation of mTOR can lead to reproductive disorders, and I think that understanding the mTOR pathway better offers opportunities for novel therapies in reproductive medicine, both in chemoprotection for women that are about to undergo cancer treatment and ovarian activation for those that want to have babies. So I just want to pause here and acknowledge Lila Castora, who's one of our ACFs, who's incredibly innovative and dynamic, and she basically brought this to my attention, and then I got invited to give a talk, so I thought, why not? And we are really going to aim to develop an ovarian folliculogenesis research program at UCL, because I think there's real potential and real potential to help people here. So thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Does anyone have any questions for either of our speakers? Oh, yes, lots of questions. I'll go with Peter first.
Thank you, Jonathan. I think you might suspect what I'm going to ask. A lot of the work that's been done epidemiologically on air pollutants in pregnancy is based on where the woman lives. And it's averaged out even then, but it doesn't take any account of where she works, whether she gets the tube, whether she drives a diesel car, and all of that sort of stuff, because we can't currently measure actual personal exposure over long periods of time. But if women want to avoid potential exposure or minimize their exposure during pregnancy, they might not be able to choose where they live, but they may be able to choose their method of getting to work. They may be able to choose a site at work which is cleaner than other places where they may be sitting, and so on and so forth. So we need to, I think, develop this idea of trying to find ways to mitigate this exposure. But I was interested in your little handheld device.
Yeah.
Can that record these exposures for longer periods of time?
For longer periods, no. Unfortunately, I mean, this is the problem. It doesn't. It only records. The battery runs out after 24 hours or so. But you can keep recharging it. Yeah, I mean, we do need to have that information, because we can't just say, you know, I don't know, just give advice which is not evidence-based. There are general principles that if you walk, and make sure you walk right next to the next to the road, no, don't drive in the go by public transport. That you're perhaps not the deep underground, but that will reduce your exposure. But you know, this is where it becomes very vague. We would say, well, tell me what to do, and we don't know. One thing I should emphasize is the indoor exposures can be significantly mitigated by ventilation. So, you know, cooking and things which generate lots of particles, you can really reduce that by making sure that you're ventilated. That's probably the most important thing indoors.
And Owen, we'll bring this round.
So for Jonathan, first of all, thanks for a very thought-provoking talk. So you showed that the carbon particles in women exposed during pregnancy turn up in the placenta, but of course the placenta is not quite the same as in the fetus. The placenta is quite a good barrier as well. So has anybody done the study to look in fetal red blood cells, for example in cord blood? carbon particles turn up there, which should tell you whether that effect is direct or indirect.
That's not working. So, yeah, your question is, I mean, there's a key question: do they get across and into the fetus? We don't know. We only got these data 8 or 9 weeks ago. So but clearly it will be very interesting to look at some cord blood, and we will do that as part of collecting placenta. We can look at placental blood as well. So yeah, I think it should be fairly straightforward to ask that question. But the big question is, at these low concentrations, what are they doing? You know, they're hanging around, yes, but for long periods of time. So, you know, are they activating things, or are they inert? So we have to know that. We don't know. We don't know. We probably need to go back to the animal models to understand that.
Thank you. Any one last question? Oh, you had one for... Okay, go on then.
Yeah. I can hear you, I think.
So Dimitri, the mTOR activation that's important for follicular activation, is that in oocytes or in the granulosa cells, the supporting cells? Which is more important, do you know? Because that's important for targeting therapies.
Indeed, so the granulosa cells also are very sensitive to mTOR, and it's shown that if you inhibit mTOR, you get dysregulated steroidogenesis. Which one is more important is difficult to know, and also mTOR is everywhere in the body as well, so there's going to be effects all around the place. So it's hard to know exactly how things get localized specifically to the ovary. But yeah, I mean, these are all questions that we need to think about and answer.
Thank you both very much. Can we have a round of applause for our speakers? Thank you. And do we have the medical students? Are we having the medical students?
So we're just going to do a final session before lunch. What we've decided to do, since everybody's hungry, is we're going to listen to our medical student presentation, and then we're going to do the photo at the end of the day, so that we can actually move on, because there is lunch waiting for us outside. So I'm going to hand over to Melissa Whitten.
Great, thank you very much, Anna. So to bring us to the lunch break, we're going to have our medical student prize talk. And just at the start of the day, you'll have heard Peter Brocklehurst mention our IBSC programme in women's health. And this started back in 2016. We're now in our 9th year of operation, and every year we have between 25 and 30 students now who come to the Institute, and they spend a BSc year focusing on women's health. These are predominantly third-year medical students. And Meghna was one of our graduates from last year's cohort and undertook her research project with Melanie and Zach. And Meghna's now a 4th-year clinical student at UCL. And the reason that she's giving the prize talk is that of all of our students who submitted abstracts for the meeting today, she had acquired the highest scoring abstract. And so we're really delighted that she's able to come and speak. And Meghna's going to be talking to you about her work on looking at female fertility preservation in a primary brain tumour cohort. So please welcome Meghna to the floor. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's lovely to be here, and thank you for the opportunity to present today. So today I'm going to present the findings of my dissertation, which is on female fertility preservation in a primary brain tumour cohort. So I'm going to be discussing a background, the aims and objectives of my dissertation, as well as the data I collected and a discussion on future directions. So a little bit on the background. According to Cancer Research UK, 78% of all brain tumours are gliomas, which are subdivided into the categories as shown on the screen. And others include medulloblastomas, pineoblastomas, and germ cell tumours. And on the right, there's a diagram of fertility preservation to preserve oocytes, embryos, and ovarian tissue too. So research shows that patients undergoing cancer treatment are often exposed to gonadotoxic treatment like radiation and chemotherapy that necessitate important discussions on fertility preservation. This led me to the aims and objectives of my dissertation, was to identify gaps in the literature on preservation in these patients, as well as to analyse prospectively collected data at RMU and UCLH. So coming to the literature review, I did a systematic review across 6 databases with clear exclusion criteria as shown on the screen, which elicited 20 eligible full-text studies. that explored these key themes, including adverse reproductive outcomes due to gonadotoxic treatment leading to primary ovarian insufficiency, reduced spontaneous pregnancy rates due to high-dose chemotherapy, and increased FP awareness due to counselling. Although there was one study that indicated long-term outcomes and showed the use of oocytes collected, the reasons for lack of utilization, treatment types, and subtypes of tumours weren't explored. So this was the gap in the research that I attempted to fill. So I collected data from EPIC and secure databases, categorized as shown on the screen, and used descriptive statistics to analyze the outcomes, including age at diagnosis, age at fertility treatment, and the gonadotoxicity of the treatment. So this is a brief overview of what I'll be sharing today. So there were 41 patients in our cohort, with grade 4 tumors being the most prevalent, with 8 glioblastoma patients, which were our grade 4 astrocytomas, and only 1 patient had a grade 1 tumor, so quite advanced stage disease. And on the right is an overview of the 10 patients who have deceased, with 50% of them having glioblastomas, and an average time elapsed of approximately 4 years since their diagnosis, so a very short time span. And patients 7 through 10 underwent fertility preservation, but were unable to use their gametes prior to their death. So research has shown that oncological treatments are very gonadotoxic, so I decided to look at different treatments that each patient was treated with to see if there were any consequent causes on long-term outcomes of use. So most patients were treated with a craniotomy, cranioirradiation with similar dosages across all tumor subtypes, as well as most receiving the alkylating agent temozolomide, while some others had combination therapy, which has proven to be slightly more gonadotoxic. These are some reasons why patients didn't undergo fertility treatment. So they included predicted stable ovarian function, avoiding treatment delays, and death, amongst others. So 23 patients underwent fertility treatment. And we decided to look at the radiotherapy dosage and its effect on the number of oocytes retrieved using the Spearman's correlation test, which showed a weak negative correlation, although this was not significant. This could be due to our small sample size, because other research has shown that high radiotherapy dosages can lead to long-term endocrinopathies and ovarian insufficiency too. We also looked at the ages at diagnosis, at fertility treatment, and the current age now. And the time elapsed roughly between treatment and now is around 5 years, so a relatively short time span for a lot of patients to use their stored material. Most patients underwent egg cryopreservation, with 2 patients opting for ovarian tissue, and the data is on the screen. So looking at the long-term outcomes, which was the gap in the research that I was attempting to fill, of the 23 patients, around 35% still presented with the tumor or have died, and all the glioblastoma patients still have the malignancy to this day. 2 patients have spontaneously conceived, although 1 did receive chemotherapy in the form of temozolomide, and 4 patients are not currently planning a pregnancy. So overall, no patients have utilized their stored material as of April 2024, which indicates a longer-term follow-up can evaluate whether these patients eventually use their stored material in the future. So when considering disposal of gametes and death, ethical dilemmas do arise. So I did consider this in my dissertation, which included informed consent, post-humus reproduction, and discarding these cryopreserved gametes afterwards, as well as resource allocation across socioeconomic backgrounds, and improving quality of life post their treatment so they could have the opportunity to have treatment versus providing false hope to patients who may not survive to eventually use their eggs. So coming to the strengths and limitations, we conducted a systematic review with a large cohort of patients as well for the FP referrals of a very rare condition with a diverse range of tumor subtypes. It's a great cohort to follow up in the long term to see longer term outcomes past these 5 years. And I did consider the ethical considerations too. Although it was retrospective in nature with a relatively short follow-up duration and inconsistent follow-up with regards to AMH markers and menstruation patterns. So the key messages to take home would be that these long-term outcomes are rarely reported apart from in one previous study, with limited analysis into the subtypes of the tumor, the treatment types that they received, as well as the reasons for their lack of utilization. This data also highlights that 2 patients have spontaneously conceived post-recovery. No patients have used their stored material, and higher mortality rates were reported. So this comes to the question of, should patients with lower survivorship chances and higher recurrence rate, with an approximate survival rate of less than 5% in the UK of glioblastoma patients, necessitate fertility preservation? As well as those patients with lower grade tumours with lower doses of gonadotoxic treatments may not need fertility preservation. So cranial radiation, as opposed to total body radiation, affects the pelvic region less and is proved to be less gonadotoxic and may not necessitate fertility preservation in the first place. And research has also shown that temozolomide has proven to be less gonadotoxic. One of the patients in this cohort did spontaneously conceive post-treatment with temozolomide, whereas combination therapy is more gonadotoxic and may necessitate fertility treatment in the future. So finally, in terms of future directions, a larger multi-center study with analysis of these AMH levels can strengthen findings, analyzing these outcomes, including chemotherapy, radiotherapy, on fertility and pregnancy outcomes, as well as testing these markers in the future to kind of predict whether these patients would be able to spontaneously conceive post-treatment. As well as this, analysing live birth rates and mortality rates categorised by tumour subtype can be done on a longer scale. So overall, more data can caution new guidelines and policies as to whether we're offering fertility preservation to the right patients and whether they will be able to use their stored material in the future. So finally, for their guidance support, and thank you so much to Dr. Zachary Nash and Professor Melanie Davies and Miss Melissa Witten for all of your guidance in our BSc last year. I'm open to any questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, well done, Meghna. We've probably got time for one or two questions. Does anyone have any questions from the floor? Jenny, thank you.
I was just wondering why the decision to focus on women only, and any thoughts on the male's need for fertility preservation?
I think this is primarily due to the time constraints of doing the dissertation, which was in a couple of months. So when I did the literature search, there was a lot of data considering both female and male. So then we just decided to whittle it down and filter it to females. But of course, it's very important to look at kind of male consequences and male long-term outcomes too. It's just because of time constraints that we didn't get the chance to do that for this one.
Thank you. Peter, thank you.
You chose to study a group of women with brain tumours, but of course, if you're interested in the impact of various chemotherapy regimens, you'd be better selecting your patients on the chemotherapy regimens or the exposures to different agents rather than the type of tumour, because the tumour itself presumably isn't having an independent effect on their use of cryopreservation, apart from this is a high mortality condition. So in terms of future directions, it might be worth focusing on that aspect as opposed to the type of tumour they have, because presumably some of these agents are used for other cancers as well. So you might be able to increase the size of your cohort and talk about the relative impact that the agents have on this rather than within that narrow subgroup of rare patients, as it were.
Thank you, Peter. Do you want to comment on that?
No, I do agree. I think, again, it was to kind of have a smaller cohort with a rarer condition to see the effects in the long term of radiation, chemo, and, so the treatment that they receive. Absolutely, to, like, when we release it to, like, multi-center studies, absolutely, you can look at the chemotherapy that they receive and see how gonadotoxic that is. Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you very much. And just to comment that this study was carried out within the fertility preservation group in the reproductive medicine unit, of which there are many patients who have those different types of tumours. So certainly that would be a potential area of future directions. Okay, so I think we're going to pause for lunch. So I'd just like to say a big round of applause to Meghna. Well done. Thank you.
So thank you, everybody. We are going to convene back here at 2:20 for the afternoon session to restart. Thanks.